Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, for your first meeting of the 66th Legislature, it's Friday, January 22nd. The roll call, Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stiff.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Garreau.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
Excused.
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Co-Chairman Perkins.
Here.
Chairman Nicholas.
Here. Did I hear from Senator Hicks? No. Okay. That's my imagination. Okay. Welcome everybody to the first JAC meeting, or the first item. We're just going to jump right into this. Welcome new members. Welcome to both House and Senate. We look forward to working with you. And it's going to be an exciting day. Hopefully we can cut this a little shorter than what's programmed. And with that, the first item on the agenda, I believe, is adoption of the rules, is it not? Don?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I did provide to you the 2019-2020 rules yesterday in an email as a starting point. Historically, the Joint Appropriations Committee has not followed the base rules of other committees, which is included in the chairman's handout. You've adopted your own rules.
So committee, what I would recommend is that I think for the past 7 or 8 years, we've adopted the special rules that Mr. Richard has provided us a copy of. If there are issues with those rules, then I would request that the co-chair and I would be willing to appoint a subcommittee or a working group to review them and come back at our next meeting. But for purposes of this meeting and going forward, I think it would be appropriate if we adopted last year's rules and move forward so that we don't have to take too long on this particular item. As Mr. Co-Chair, would that be all right with you?
Sure. I mean, let me I just ask a question. So, you know, are these are temporary rules until we have the opportunity to discuss them in our next meeting? Is that what I heard you say, Mr. Co-Chairman?
That's what I'm suggesting. Yes.
And I don't have a problem with that. It's not any different than what we just did in our session. We'll have the opportunity to debate these later, but for the purposes of this meeting and what's happened, I think in the presentations that we've made, I think that's okay. But you know, I'd be willing to go. Let's go to if we want to go to our committees and see if there's other objections. I'm more than willing to do that. So,
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the rules.
Mr. Chairman,
we do that.
Senator Kinski?
yes, and deferring to my chairman, we'll postpone the discussion, but I do want to just put it on notice that we'd like to have a discussion in the course of that about requiring a majority of both bodies for any amendments to the budget bill, not just the final budget bill. And that may not be an item for discussion today, but I do want it out there for consideration and for people to ruminate on.
That's fine. And if we want to have, in order to propose those such amendments or have a succinct discussion on them, once we have an opportunity to meet with the respective bodies, that if we want to put together a subcommittee to work up potential amendments there, the House kind of debated them last night informally. Hell, we could take up 3 hours just playing with the rules, and there were changes we wanted to make. And so and my suggestion to them was let's get rolling. So,
and I think that's where we feel it's just going to be a long meeting anyway, and we could spend a lot of time talking about rules. And so we recognize that these are just temporary for today, and we'll talk about the others. We'll put our permanent rules in for the biennium in later. And I think that's great, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate Senator Kinski, and we'll have those discussions, but I don't think we need to spend time on them today.
Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt these rules until we have the chance to review them.
Representative Schwartz. It's a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all's in favor, just raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's unanimous. on adopting the rules. So those temporary rules are adopted until we have the opportunity to review and finalize. Don, next on the agenda is the governor's letters. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you have Governor Letter number 4 relating to IT and Governor's Letter number 5 also relating to IT, but being quite specific on the YCAP system. I believe Rennie McKay is going to present that. We will also be allowing Director Knopp and Director Schmidt, both of who have direct impact by these letters and are available for any questions.
Okay, who's going to go first? Is that you, Rennie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, great to be here with you. My name is Rennie McKay. I'm Governor Mark Gordon's Policy Director. As the Governor committed to you in conversations in December, I'm here to present the Governor's letters with proposals related to information technology. The goal back then was to wait until the Barry Dunn report was finalized and the January Craig report that provided more information for decision making. So, Mr. Chairman, if you agree, I'll start with the letter titled Information Technology Global Cut Update. I believe Mr. Richards said that is.
So, Rennie, you sound a little bit like an fishbowl to me. Does anyone else have that issue?
Yes.
So perhaps you need to get closer to your mic or speak a little louder.
All right. Is that any better, Mr. Chairman?
That's
Yes.
much better. Thank you.
All right. I have 5 microphones, apparently. All right. So, Mr. Chairman, if you agree, I'll start with the letter titled Information Technology Global Cut Update.
Is that
Okay.
a number? Is that number 4, Mr. Chairman?
I believe
Because
you
they're
know
not.
that.
They're
Yes.
not numbered. Thank you.
Great. So, Mr. Chairman, in this letter, the governor outlined his proposals on hardware and software for your consideration. As the governor wrote, this committee's action of delaying funding on half of the IT requests has proven to be very prudent and likely save jobs this summer. All told, the JAC cut the IT budget. That global IT budget cut last year was $14.5 million from the general fund, and so that did prove to be very beneficial here this year. The governor's letter today outlines a request for $3.5 million of general fund for those same purposes. So this would come from the additional revenue outlined in the January Craig report, as the governor proposes. And the difference of more than $11 million is based down on a pared down proposal from the agencies, and also taking that approach from last year. The governor believes we should only fund the most critical projects at this time. This would maintain a conservative approach while our fiscal future remains uncertain. For example, as we all know, there are revenue concerns that are known. The pandemic could have further effects on our economy, as could changes in federal policy. As you likely saw yesterday, we've now got a 60-day pause on all new development on federal lands at this time. So another consideration, though, is we could receive further federal grants that could be beneficial. So as an outline of that, this year, the governor was able to use the state session laws that you passed during the May session, and able to put $5.6 million to pay for information technology equipment using CARES Act. That act has very narrow uses, though. And so in this instance, the equipment had to help facilitate remote working or remote uses for the public to keep them safe during the pandemic, and also to keep employees safe. So the 5.6 was not a direct offset to what was proposed and then cut as part of the global cuts last year. So that's obviously helped, but the governor is aware that the proposed budget leaves, outlined in this letter, leaves agencies vulnerable there's no additional computer upgrades in this proposal. So this is only the most critical software and hardware requests. Generally, this is outside of computer equipment. So the specific requests are on the second document, and I believe Mr. Richards provided that to you as well. So it outlines the software and hardware It's on the table that was an attachment to that. And if you'd like, I can go through and give a short explanation of that, or Director Knopp or Director Hibbard can probably provide more detail than I can about each agency's specific request. But if you have any questions on that, we can dive into that area. But just generally what I'll speak to is that what we believe these are very critical needs to preserve each agency's ability to function in the next fiscal year, as the global cut was meant to be a 1-year cut with coming back for the second year. And so that's what we've tried to do, is pare this way down to, again, take a very conservative approach, but also to make sure that any critical functions can continue on. And I will just be direct and say that that does leave many IT needs remaining in coming years. This is certainly not reflective of what the true needs are. This is just reflective of trying to be as conservative as we possibly can at this time, with our revenue future so uncertain. So the governor would ask if you would support funding that $3,455,859 general fund request at this time. For all of the federally funded proposals from agencies or specially funded IT requests that were in the global cuts last year, the governor asked to use his B11 authority to fund those requests. This is a special case, and that if more federal or existing federal funds become available, the B11 process could be used to further offset IT requests. So the unique part of what I'm trying to ask you about here is that if you'll recall, the CARES Act would not permit the use or to purchase, even if they were needed to respond to COVID, would not allow us to offset items that were budgeted previously. So that is part of what we're trying to deal with here. If that obviously continues with the existing CARES Act dollars, there are very few. We don't anticipate using new CARES Act money for IT, but if more federal money became available and that same provision was there, we'd like to try to manage that with you. So Mr. Chairman, if there's any more, if you'd like me to stop there, I can. Otherwise, I can move generally into the governor's strategy on IT and also start to talk about the second letter.
Okay, before we go on, questions for Rennie?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, for Mr. McKay, did you say that you were able to use about $11 million of CARES Act money, or did I misunderstand that?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
No, sorry. Sorry for the confusion there. The governor's proposal today is $11 million less than the global IT cut last year that the Joint Appropriations Committee made. So the total proposal on software and hardware last year was over $14 million. And so right now the governor's proposal is 3.4. So that the difference there is 11,075,000 and change.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, so you may not know this, but how much of the CARES Act money was able to be used for IT purposes, if you know?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
$5.6 million was dedicated to IT needs to deal with that. And again, it was all had to be responsive to COVID. So it was very focused on delivering remote services to the public or making the workforce safe by having them more able to work remotely.
So my question, Rennie, is that it's CARES Act dollars couldn't be used for things that were budgeted previously. If we remove those budgets, then all of those things weren't budgeted previously, theoretically. So my question is, I'm curious what was requested and denied by the AG's office in terms of any of that 14 million that was denied and therefore not in the budget.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that answer today, so we could try to dig into that to try to find that for you. Because obviously parts of that 5.6 were not in the request from the agency because we didn't anticipate those needs. Some of them were, so we will try to get that for you here as quickly as we can to understand how much of the 5.6 had been cut. So it was eligible because you cut it. So that saved the state money and can offset dollars going forward, certainly.
Well, and if you just follow up on that, so that if we can maximize new COVID dollars, we don't want to budget for too much that may possibly qualify. And so we might be in a catch-22 here. So we need to be careful about how we proceed with that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Kevin Hibbert, Director of the State Budget Department. Mr. Chairman, that's precisely what we've done in this recommendation. We went to a very small amount of general funds, were absolutely critical for purchasing of the hardware equipment, very small amount. And then we're not asking for it to be appropriated for the special revenue or the federal funds, but allow the governor to B11 that. Therefore, it's not in the appropriation. CARES Act currently says you cannot use what was appropriated in the last appropriation. So by doing this methodology, what we do is we maximize our ability to use the existing CARES funding or future appropriations of stimulus to their best ability. That's why we have a very small amount, a critical amount for general funds, and we're not asking you to appropriate the share of special revenue or federal funds, but allow us to use the B11 so we can manage that for the best interest of the state of Wyoming.
And Kevin and Rennie, you know, when I look at the Whitecaps computer system and what it's going to perform, there is no doubt that would benefit certain CARES Act conveniences. Have we looked at that? Has that been examined? Has a claim been submitted, by DFS?
Mr. Chairman.
CARES dollars?
Yes.
Okay. Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, and Rennie, follow up on that to maybe more than just a responsive yes, is that the way I understood the Whitecaps system, which we did not fund, is that did not allow the Department of Family Services field offices to work remotely and access the critical information on that system. And so I'm a little bit curious of why we felt that it didn't qualify for the use of CARES funding money.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
One of the challenges would be that currently the YCAPs and the proposal that we have, and Corin will be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but 50% of that comes from federal dollars already. So they've provided us federal dollars. And I have never seen a situation where they allow us to use federal dollars to match federal dollars. So I think that would be an obstacle that we couldn't overcome. First
time for everything, isn't there, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I don't know if it's quote unquote matching. We're paying for our share. But Corin, have you got any input on that?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Corin Schmidt, Director of Department of Family Services. We did actually ask the federal government if we could use CARES money to match federal dollars, and the answer was no. So if we were to use CARES money, it would have to be the full appropriation of the $27.6 million.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman.
Sure, Rennie.
The review on that was that it was not a necessary expenditure to respond to COVID as well. So that we were hit on two fronts.
So then I have one more follow-up before we go on the Barry Dunn report. You know, the requests for what they would perform in terms of the data, you know, the homework and the stuff they would do to further evaluate and work with ETS were legislative derived and spelled out. So my question is, if we further fund the Barry Dunn, what do you understand will be what they're going to continue to do with those extra dollars, and what's the legislative involvement going to be in drafting or concurring with or establishing what they're going to do for their additional research and working with Director Knott?
Mr. Chairman, I think you're directing that to the governor's office, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I think there's a couple parts of that I would highlight, and it comes to the one of the other requests that I was planning to discuss with you, and that was strategy. generally. So I think that to try to answer you very directly, I think the Barry Dunn work was helpful. And I do think, though, that as the budget for that project was pared down and some parts of the RFP and contract were taken out, part of that was they did not dive as deeply into, I think, as it was Representative Walters and I spent quite a bit of time talking about this, that that contract and the purpose of that was to help us make sure we had as good a process as possible. And I know Director Knopp has been working on processes to already improve that. And we have felt as the executive branch that Barry Dunn giving an independent look to that would only help us go forward. So I think that the Barry Dunn, if you are to fund that, and we are to, again, try to refine the processes between the two branches and go deep into our branch, I think Director Knopp may want to speak to this more specifically, but we think that we can only get better from here. We certainly have lots of room to improve in how we review IT projects and develop a good system to make sure that projects are vetted. Also, that we have time for planning, so we identify needs earlier. And especially with those big projects, that I think we'll all feel better if there's an independent eye on those projects to say, yes, this is critical. This is high risk to move forward. This is high risk to not move forward. This is low risk to move forward. As the Barry Dunn provided, I think that helps cement the governor's proposal to move ahead on YCAPs, for example. And so I think that it worked very well with YCAPs, and so did the process generally. You all funded planning. Director Schmidt could correct me on this, but several years ago, you already put money into planning for YCAPs. And so this system was working in that example where you've got very detailed information, reports available to you from DFS about YCAPs, what it does, why it's needed, and what the risks are of not doing anything. So I hope we can continue, can at least discuss whether or not that Barry Dunn contract or another contract moves forward to, again, just have better processes. And again, I know Director Knopp is already very committed to having better processes, but I don't think we should at all slow down right now in trying to do this as well as we can. And if that means having independent eyes on this, so you all feel that somebody's kind of scrutinized what we're doing and what we're thinking of doing, I think that is going to help us down the road. And especially because at some point we have to swing back and make some big investments back in IT, because we have taken a pause here for now, it'll be 2 years.
Co-Chairman Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So, I also sat on a management audit, and we had a number of discussions about this over the last few years. Also, we also have the home management audit is also the home committee for ETS. My recollection was that one of the reasons that we did the Barry Dunn, and we've got that report, was we were all very concerned. We had over $200 million in IT projects queued up that came to us last year in the budget session, and we became concerned about the interoperability between the systems, about tracing individuals across the systems. Obviously, the price tag themselves were significant, and so we brought, and this committee, I think, was the lead on bringing Barry Dunn in, wanting someone to look at that. That report was done. My recollection was, and Director Knopp is here and certainly can correct me, but as we visited with Director Knopp about this in management audit, that he didn't say this, but my impression was that ETS thought this was that Barry Dunn was a little overkill at the time. But as the report came through, my recollection was Director Knopp recognized that it did have value, but also what I remember from our discussions with Director Knopp about Barry Dunn and the progress ETS was making recently was that in a lot of respects, Barry Dunn only came back and cemented and confirmed the direction that ETS was already going. And so I would be, you know, as we talk about this, I am generally know that we have to move forward in some of these areas. We've got some deficient and old systems we've got it done. We just wanted to make sure overall that we were getting what we wanted out of these things. And we got, when we got the other side, that we were going to have systems that would last us for a while and would do what everybody needed them to do. And that hopefully we could use that when it's appropriate, that we could use those information across various platforms in the various departments that get involved with the same types of people and the same clients. But anyway, so I'd be interested, if I remember that wrong, I was kind of under the impression that with the report that we had, that we had become, or that ETS was confident now is headed in the right direction. And I'd just be interested about, you know, as we talk about this, need to move forward. And one thing, having Barry Dunn is another. And, you know, if we're going to continue to fund this consultant to be the third party, I just, you know, is it really necessary? And how important is that we do that going forward? And, you know, this committee, I'm sure, has its own ideas, and I'm new to the committee. So with that question, whether I'd be interested to hear from Director Knopf about that, and also members of this committee, what they remember and what their preferences would be going forward. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. Director Knopf.
Good morning. Gordon Knopf, Director of ETS. And thank you for the question. And what I would offer is, I think we would have to have a discussion on what we want those goals to be, as to whether or not having Barry Dunn or a third-party consultant would make sense. In some areas, yes, that would make sense. In some areas, it may not make as much sense. So I don't know if that's the conversation we want to dive into now, or if we want to have a future conversation to identify those specific goals and areas. But I would welcome that conversation.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, the reason I raised the question was the JAC from last year, I think on a conceptual basis, agreed that we wanted Barry Dunn to come back and do further research and work, some of which Director Knopf had suggested to us back in December and even before that. And my question to Rennie was that, you know, Barry Dunn is here because it's a legislative initiative that then the governor, through the legislative executive process, cut back. We formed a special committee, and I think Jared Olson was the lead on that special committee on the House side, to review what Barry Dunn had done and make a recommendation back to this committee on the particulars that we asked in our when we first funded the Barry Dunn thing, on exactly what else Barry Dunn would do. Just because of the turn of events, we haven't got any specific feedback from that working group yet. But I do believe that it was our intent to follow up with those members that were on it. And between now and the general session in March, to finalize and describe what we would ask Barry Dunn to do. And from the get-go, when we hired them, it was always our discussion with Director Knopf and the governor's office that this be a collaborative process. It wasn't just us picking on ETS or you know, just demanding a bunch of answers. We wanted this to be a process that helped ETS function, do a better job, and go into areas that Director Knopf thought would be useful for him in terms of his orchestration, administration, and that type of thing, and then with the same input from the governor's office. And so, even though it is a legislative derived inquiry, we were working kind of with all three entities as we move forward with it. And so I guess my only point is that if we move forward with it, I would suggest that that's what we do, that we reestablish a working group, get feedback from the prior members, so that between now and March 1st, that we will then have specific directives that will be contained in that request and funding proposal for Barry Dunn. So that's just kind of me trying to round out what we did before and suggestions on moving forward. So comments from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Stiff.
Let me just say broadly, that makes sense to me. And I think Director Knopf is doing everything he can to take the ETS in the right direction, but it maybe makes sense for ETS to still be involved to assist in that. So, and if I'd be happy to be a part of any working group on that.
Senator Hicks, it's nice to see your smiling face. I hope that you're not gritting your teeth while you're sitting there. Go ahead.
Little slow start this morning, Mr. Co-Chairman. You know, I really think the information that we got from Barry Dunn was very valuable in numerous components. I particularly appreciated the fact that when they looked at those large systems, you know, one of the concerns that we've had all along with, and I'll just use the example of the RIS system. You know, we've heard for 3 years that if we don't do something immediately, the system's going to fail. You know, $50 to $60 million worth of programs. You know, we had change in administration, Director Knopp come in, trying to do some reorganization, reformatting, reprioritization in that program. But through that process, what I had learned is validated what the concerns of this committee was. Is it currently stood, we weren't getting best available information from the individual agencies as regarding these large computer requests. In fact, you know, there was 2 things that we really wanted to look at. Number 1 was that a crisis. Number 2 were the agencies following good practices as far as looking at multiple vendors, you know, competitive bidding processes. And I think Director Knopp has gone down that direction. I think that captures what Co-Chairman Perkins was saying. A lot of what they've done kind of is overlap, but it provided me some reassurances that our suspicions were valid. They validated a lot of the work that the ETS was headed in that direction. But I also found some very valuable recommendations that have come out of the use of Barry Dunn that I don't think that we would have got to all on our own. And the one that I still think is particular interest to me is looking at forming a regular IT type committee within the legislature. I am not an IT guy. In fact, I detest it. But it's in my opinion, it's a necessary evil. And this is only going to get more expensive and more complicated as we go. So I'd like to keep this committee engaged for no more money that we spent. I'm absolutely convinced that it was one of the better investments that we've made in the last year with our budget. I would agree. I'd like to see this move forward as a collaborative process with ETS, executive branch, and the legislative branch. But I found some value of what we've done so far and would like to see it move just a little bit further.
Further questions, comments? Senator Drew.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I think Senator Hicks said it quite well. I just want to address the 2 letters in specific. I think, Rennie, I appreciate the thought you all put into this, and Mr. Hibbard too. I think these were some of the things that that we had talked about were at the top of the list last year when we made the cuts that we made. And I think that the global network and some of these others that are on here were definitely needs, and I'm prepared to support them. On number 5, I also think that YCAPS was another one that we felt was pretty much ready to go and was definitely needed. We had some questions about how we could maybe squeeze a little more value out of what's a very expensive system. And I hope with either working with Barry Dunn or working with ETS that we can get there. I too am prepared to support letter 5, but I just, as we were saying earlier, I wanted to make sure everybody knows, I think we're getting to the commitment phase here on if we approve number 5 as far as that YCAP system. So people have doubts about it. Now's the time to bring it up. But I don't have those doubts. I think it does need it, but I also think with some tweaks. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So along with Senator Guru and Senator Kinski and Representative Olson, I was on that subcommittee. And one of my main takeaways from Barry Dunn was that they consider ETS to be a very young department relative to other states where they have worked. And that's not being disrespectful. It's just being accurate in describing how Wyoming is pursuing technologies. And it's a very fluid field. It's constantly changing. And I think maintaining the relationship with Barry Dunn, or if not them, some other consultant, to help make sure as we go from youth to being an adolescent, at least, that we make sure we're on a good track, because it's easy with IT to get distracted, to get the bright, shiny object attracts you, whatever. And we're a small state. We don't have a huge staff. And I just really think it's important to keep a consultant involved for at least the next couple years.
Other comments? Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a comment, I think, to Rennie and to Mr. McKay. And in terms of the strategy and moving forward, what I would personally like to see, and what I had hoped to get out of Barry Dunn before the budget was cut back so far, is for every project that comes to us to get a project timeline with the dollars attached to it over a period of years, whether it's, you refer to that as a Gantt or a PERT or something like that. And the Supreme Court's not exactly the best model, but they did have one chart that I thought was helpful, where they showed year by year by year by year by year as each phase of the software implementation came, and then a grand total of dollars at the bottom of both ongoing and one-time money. And the reason that's important, and the reason we got here, is that as we questioned deeper and deeper and deeper, we found out we might be voting on, in the instance of YCAP, $300,000 or $400,000, but basically that puts us on the path to the full appropriation of $27 million. And so we all got a little bit skittish as to exactly, are we putting a down payment on a much larger amount, and what is that larger amount? And are we going to find that we've boxed ourselves into where we have no choice but to continue to appropriate that amount? So that chart, that timeline, I think would be helpful for everybody on the committee, and helpful for the administration as well. That's my ask. I will say I continue to harbor lingering doubts about YCAPs, and this might be a question as to what is going to happen with the money on letter number 5. Our discussion was that instead of these vertical software programs, could we look at more horizontal integration of the data? In other words, all the data that you're going to have in YCAPs may be data that is could be made available on alternative platforms across departments. And I want to know whether that's going to be part of what this look at, or is it we're just writing a check for YCAPs? Or are we going to be looking at doing something other than that particular software and finding ways to integrate it across departments in a horizontal data warehouse? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And following up on that, my recollection was from discussions with both Department of Health, Department of Family Services, and ETS in management audit was, as we looked at these things, there has been a change. But I think my recollection was, if I remember this wrong, Corin or Gordon, please correct me, but one of the things that happened is Department of Health is often down the road with what they're doing, and they've got certain system architecture that they put into effect that they believe provides the opportunity to do exactly what Senator Kinski was, to find and use common data where you can, or at least having similar data so that you can, when we have clients that go across these different departments, particularly we're talking mostly oftentimes children, adolescents that receive services out of Department of Health, out of Department of Family Services, out of Judicial Branch, etc., that architecture in the health department has already now been established to going forward. And I think one of the issues that you've got is if we're going to do that, you kind of have to follow along in the wake of the Department of Health, because they've kind of set that standard. My impression from them is they're off and running, and I think the goal is that we use this similar architecture. But I have never heard that commitment completely, and I guess we'll know that more when we get back, when we go out and with this letter and we pursue this further. I mean, we've got to get to this point. I'm convinced that ultimately you've got to move forward at the program. At the end of the day, just as Senator Kinski said, Corinne and Director Knopp, we just want to make sure we're getting what we think we're getting, that it does what you need it to do. And at the end of the day, that we can still find and measure the outcomes, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the people that we're providing those services to. And in particular, we have families and children who are receiving services across these agencies, and we've got to be able to trace their outcomes, even though there's a lot of federally imposed and common sense imposed confidentiality with respect to what's going on in these people's lives. At the end of the day, we have to be able to track to compare and understand the outcomes that we're getting. And I just, again, I'm looking for reassurance from Corinne and from Dr. Knopp that this is the direction we're going. We're still trying to work to get there.
So Corinne, the governor's request is for $240,000 in general fund through until next year, and then fully funding it the following year. Could you remind us what that fully funding dollar looks like? And do we have any idea that by delaying it a year, it may cost more, or if there's an inflationary component to it? So why don't you just walk us through what those costs are?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I'll try to answer some of the questions as I go. This request is to help us continue with the planning for the eventual ask that we think is still about $21 million to build the system. Over the course of the last 6 months, we continued to work through this project. We put the project out for a request for information to check our requirements and to check the budget. Out of the 20-some proposers who responded to the request for information, 14 indicated that the budget was in line. And I know it gets a little bit tricky in saying that when you put the budget out, of course, people are going to propose to that budget. But I think what this shows is that there's 14 people who know that they're going to be competing against each other. And even though that the budget is appropriate, they're going to probably try to look for ways to either provide more whistles and bells or to come in at a cheaper amount. In regard to the cross-system collaboration, part of the money that we're requesting for the planning dollars is to look deeper into what the Department of Health is doing through their WING system, their Medicaid system. Mr. Co-Chairman Perkins is correct. They are down the road quite a ways. And so it's about utilizing what they've built or what they're building in terms of what we would need with data warehousing and data analytics. I do think that gets us a long way to measuring outcomes. I can't guarantee that we're going to know everything about everyone, but it certainly is going to provide us a data warehouse where we can get in and start to draw data, at least across our two systems. In addition, our system is required to interface with other systems, Medicaid being one. So part of the federal requirements on YCAPs is to do that, and also to interface with the courts and a few others. So I think the $21 million price tag that we had originally proposed, the overall budget we were asking for was $28 million, $21 million to build the system, and then $6 million for 3 years of maintenance of operations. And then after those 3 years, we would resort back to our old budget, and our standard budget would continue with those
so
costs.
Corinne, how much federal dollars matches or is part of the cost of the computer system?
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, would you please say that again?
So of the cost of the computers of the YCAPs, is that matched 50-50 for the federal dollars?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's matched. So the original request was 14 million state general fund.
So it was 28 million with 14 in general funds.
Correct.
And do you still believe that that's a reasonable figure? And then my next question is, we have this issue with capital construction, and what we've tried to do is not put a hard number out there because that establishes a floor of what the bids are going to be. And I'm just wondering if we can develop it, if perhaps this is another example of, given the costs of these computer systems, that we start dealing with actual dollars amounts somehow in a more generic or executive fashion, so that I mean, we're waving the flag before we even open the gate. We're showing them the finish line, and Gordon, if you have any comments on how we might be able to address that as we move forward, I think that it's something we should consider. Thanks. So go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Gordon Knopp again. I agree with your sentiment there. I think we do need to work out a process by where we are not showing our hand to all the vendors. And I would also echo what Director Schmidt just shared, in that we are looking at an enterprise data architecture right now. That is health and family services working together, but we are also looking enterprise wide. But as far as the explicit use right now, if we're able to have the health system and the DFS system talk to each other, then we'll be able to have that system talk wider, if that makes sense, as we bring on other things in the future. But that we are in the process of defining all those architectures.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Schmidt, could you just refresh our memory on, I was thinking there was also an evaluation that took place through an audit or review from the feds on that YCAP system and on how those services are delivered. It seemed like we was kind of behind the 8 ball there as well on what that system would do. Have I got that wrong? Could you remind us?
Please.
Mr. Chairman. Representative Larson, yes, the federal government audited our system, our current system called YCAPS, and it failed that federal audit. We are not in compliance with current rules. And even better, they are updating the rules in 2022, and we won't be in compliance with our system with those either. And what's at risk imminently is lack of federal funding to support our system and also to support the services, the federal dollars we get for child welfare services.
So the only other issue that I think would be worthwhile discussing on the governor's request is the governor would like, and Rennie, this goes back to you, is talking about using the B11 process. So essentially by doing so, to some degree, that kind of leapfrogs the legislative process on what we approve in terms of funding for ongoing ETS needs. I mean, because that could be anywhere from an $8 to $10 million B11 process on what, because that's what was asked for. You're giving a portion of that now, but I think we can reasonably anticipate that a lot of those agencies are going to come back and ask for exactly what they've asked for already. And so that's the type of process, at least theoretically, that's what could be asked for through B11. And by doing that, there's a possibility of essentially bypassing our review. And so perhaps, and I don't know what the answer to that is, other than between now and March 1st, if we can get as far down the road on that evaluation of what's going to be asked for and what's needed in this biennium, that may be useful for us, or at least some type of update on what you can reasonably anticipate that to be, so that we have as much information as possible on what will reasonably be reviewed and considered in that B11 process.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So the B11 process, as we're discussing today, is going to be limited to those global actions that you had for the 1/2. We do have, we pared this down. We worked with the agencies and we pared it down to critical nature. And we have the federal funds and the special revenues as a pared down number. And I can share those numbers with Don. But it's not our intent to ever go past what the global reductions were and not to be irresponsible with it. But we do have a pared down set of numbers already for what we need. A little bit of caution needs to be applied on that. Because we're not actually replacing the numbers of computers that we would normally replace, or even the global reduction amount in this biennium, eventually we're going to have computer replacements. And ETS and the State Budget Department and the Governor's Office, we're working on an inventory process so we can get better understanding. And in concert with Barry Dunn, a better understanding of our actual inventory, the age, the processor speeds, et cetera, so that we can make better decisions. But the point that I'll draw into is that when we go into next biennium, because we didn't buy the number of computers this biennium, I expect to have a little bit higher number. And hopefully, nationally, the market and the environment and the economy will improve by then.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate your response. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Schmidt, in reading the governor's letter number 5 on the YCAP system, he discusses the federal child welfare reporting requirements and implementing those in 2022. And you've already are in non-compliance from a previous audit. By waiting until next year to start the construction of this system, are we going to be too far behind the 8 ball to put more of your federal program dollars, not the computer system program or federal dollars, but the program dollars within your agency at risk, because you would now be in greater non-compliance than you are today? And so following that question up, then I would ask, should we be approving the funds requested in this letter to allow you to finish designing the system, but also be requesting some greater dollars to start building the system so that it could be in place sooner?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I think that with the appropriation for the planning dollars, that will indicate to the feds that we're sincerely looking at implementing a system that is compliant. I don't know if they would penalize us for not having the system in sooner. The discussions have been is that states are indicating that they are going to come into compliance. The feds will then have to decide at what point that they are no longer tolerating that. So it's a gamble, but I don't think, I'm not too concerned that we would face any immediate penalty as long as we're showing progress.
Okay, further
Thank
questions? You.
So, Mr. Chairman, just one last point on letter number 5, just for clarification is, if you recall, we had the EPICS system and we had a 90%, 10% match, and we weren't able to get it across the finish line and we weren't able to enjoy that match. And I think Corn has the statistics on this, but the feds have a similar expectation on YCAPs in 2022. So there's a risk associated with this. And I think Barry Dunn probably recognized that, because they said there's a risk of not implementing this and none to implement it. But maybe Corn can talk about that risk for the feds retracting funds.
Well, and my question is, if they are rewriting the rules, it would seem to me that delaying would be cost efficient, because we're going to have to go in and modify the software if once they rewrite the rules. Go ahead, Cora.
Mr. Chairman, the way that we've constructed the project, it takes into consideration those rules. So that's what prompted the original request to come to you for the $400,000 to start this process, is that the feds indicated that they were changing the rules and that the states needed to start thinking about planning. They gave us 3 options. One is to stick with the system we have, but if it's not compliant, then we would risk losing our federal match, or to upgrade our system as it stands, which our system's so old that that's not a feasible solution. It'd be more expensive. Or 3, look at purchasing or building a new system. In our analysis, we looked at building versus purchasing, and building is more expensive, which is where then we came to an off-the-shelf type solution that's customizable. Recognizing that all the states are having to make some decisions about whether they're going to build, customize, or forego the federal match. So this is something that's happened across the whole US. This isn't specific to us, and we did have some lead time, again, which is what started the original request a couple of years ago.
Okay, further questions? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, I believe for Mr. Hibbard, so if this committee adopts the governor's recommendation for letter number 5, does it mean that next November we can expect to see the proposed funding for the full DFS project in the standard budget? It's like a really big number.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Actually, there's an advantage of what came through Barry Dunn and the ETS review and what we've been talking about as far as this implementation process. One of the heartaches that I've had in the past is that, let's say, for example, that we put out $20 million for a project and the budget, and then it comes in at 18. Where'd the other 2 million go, right? And then we don't know what the ongoing costs are for the maintenance service agreements. One of the advantages of this approach would be that we'll have the RFP, the vendor will be selected, we'll put into the budget what the actual one-time cost is for the implementation of that project. And then you'll know what also the ongoing costs are, which would be a standard budget and the expectation of what inflationary impacts or how long that maintenance service agreement would be. So there's an advantage that we'll come to you next year with a real hard number for the one-time money and also for the ongoing portion. And also in line with Senator Kinski, the roadmap. It's best practice now to have the monuments in place when you implement these projects from the very beginning to the very end. And it's also becoming more and more a best practice to have an owner's rep on these projects so that we can make sure that from the cradle to grave that we're getting everything done that's necessary, so we don't have a failure, so we don't invest $10 million in a project and have it crash into the ground. So I think there's advantages to the approach that we're taking.
Representative Schwartz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Director Schmidt, you just said something that kind of piqued my curiosity, that you implied that many other states are in the same situation and complying with new federal rules. Are we looking into coordinating with those states to find potential savings in software purchases?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, I think that's why the solution that we're looking at is a little bit cheaper than the build. So if we were to build it, I think it was estimated to be 32 million compared to the 28, 27 million that we're requesting now, because we would be using a lot of the technology that's already been developed. The flip side of that though is, one, our statutes don't match other state statutes, so it has to be customizable to our system. So there's going to be cost there. And two, there's only so much need for this kind of system. So there isn't a huge market. So I think that's also going to be why we see those costs.
Follow up, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
So are there statutes that it would be beneficial for us to change then?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, yes. However, I think the time to change those statutes would be the time that I would serve as director. It would take quite a while to get those changed. So I think using the strategy to change statutes to meet other states would be a lot more time consuming than just to build the system.
So just out of curiosity, Director, our issue is, what's the cost benefit analysis over the long haul? How many people are you serving? And what does this break down to for cost per person just to get a computer system, let alone do our, pay for our personnel and everything else that we do for the benefit of your service constituency.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've provided that information before, and if you were to look at a one-time cost per client we served, the system's going to be exorbitant. But as with our current system, we've been using it for 30 years. So every day, the cost for the system goes down, the cost per person goes down. I think what we're in is a reality of this is how we do so much of our business. It's the core to what we do. It tracks our families, our children. It tracks the services. It makes the payments to providers. It fulfills federal requirements in reporting because they also give us money to provide these services. So it's more than just a transactional cost per person, but it's also about having a system that facilitates the work we do. I think there's some opportunity to go back to Co-Chairman Perkins' questions. Is currently this system was never built to be data savvy. To do analysis and to pull data out of it is incredibly complicated because it was just built in the 90s. There wasn't forward thinking at that time. So yes, we could provide a cost per person, but over what time frame? Because that will have an impact. But at the end of the day, I think it's just an operational cost. It's the cost of doing business as we see in so many other places.
Thank you. Any other questions or from the committee? Rennie, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if you're willing, I'd just summarize a few comments here from the governor's office.
Please.
Thank you. So just to build on some of the questions, and I think maybe most central to the philosophy and relationship is in these letters that B11 request that the governor's wording in here is not at all any means to try to circumvent your review. As Director Hibbard said, he will get you the numbers that we're talking about in special revenue and federal revenue for the IT requests. And I'll just use an example. The governor is certainly committed to not moving forward without your authorization in some way. And an example of that this last year was in the CapCon bill, there was special revenue that could have been used for state parks. And the governor did not do that because you did not authorize that in the capital construction bill. So this is his request to you is not at all to say, please grant me authority so I can circumvent your review of these. The issue we're trying to get at is especially related to what just happened in the CARES Act, where it said if you budget a number, you cannot then use CARES Act to fund that purchase if it was eligible. So if you have got thoughts on how best to make sure we do both of those, that we maintain your review in the 11 process, maybe there's something that we just need to commit to do to flag any of these IT B11s so that we make sure that you get extra review of those, as normally the Management Council does review those anyway, but just to make sure that there is review of them. So that's what we're trying to get at is just trying to work together around these issues on especially what we saw with the CARES Act, but we are very respectful of your review and authority to have a say on those. Related to the fifth letter and the YCAP system, I would say that absolutely the governor believes that there is urgency to move ahead because of the compliance issues that Representative Walters asked about and others asked about. We do need to move ahead. There is high risk in doing nothing, as Barry Dunn said, and as the federal audits pointed out. And to that point, the governor is committed. And I think as Senator Kinski's question alluded to, we are saying that the governor will be coming to you proposing the full project after the RFP is done. If it was today, that number next year would be $13.5 million in general fund. I think I'm close on that, aren't I, Director Schmidt? So this is something we do. The governor does believe we need to move forward with urgency on, and he is committed to the full project. So I think it would also be problematic to do the RFP and fund the RFP without a commitment to fund it upon the completion of that RFP, because the dollars could change and we could be put in a situation where we have to do a second RFP if we delay. So I think that would be the governor's position is let's do the RFP. When we have that done, we'll have the exact number to fund that contract, the winning contract, and we should do that immediately upon the, so that would be, I'd expect that in the governor's proposed budget in some fashion from some revenue source next year, because the risk of not doing this is high enough. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reiterate those points.
You bet. I appreciate your comments, Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can I have just a couple of points? Federal funds and special revenue, the governor can B11. We shut down any B11 requests that would have violated your global reductions over this last year. We also put into place a process of internal control to where agencies couldn't move money from one object category into 242 and then buy a computer. So we have done everything we can to make sure that your expectations of the global reductions have been met, and will continue to do so.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And being new to this committee, if you would remind me, so I was looking at the Barry Dunn report, and it shows that our maintenance and operation for the new system will be $2 million a year. So what are we currently paying per year for the system we have, and would that be an increase or a decrease? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Corn or whomever would like to respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, currently we pay about $1 million a year. 50% of that is federal funds, so $500,000. The additional $2 million for the 3-year period after the system is built is to do a lot of data transfer. We'll have to manage both systems for a while until the data is transferred to the other system. And then we'll also have to make any adjustments after the system is built as we start to fully use it and train out on it. So it's a short-term cost on the $2 million per year. After that, we will go back to our standard budget and use those dollars.
Okay, any further questions? Seeing none. Rennie, thank you for the presentation. Kevin, thanks for your input. I think that takes us now to our next item on the agenda, which is general government operations, and basically it's the round robin for the for our supplemental budget. So Don, why don't you walk us through what this is, what the process will be, and we can discuss it.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Don Richards, Budget and Fiscal Administrator for the Legislative Service Office. I'm prepared to walk through the budget essentially page by page, highlighting the Joint Appropriations Committee actions that you approved in December. The purpose of this is primarily to discuss any footnote language that LSO drafted based upon your verbal conceptual amendments. We do want to highlight a handful of those. There are also, we've posted this approximately 2 weeks ago, this legislation, and in the meantime, we have 4 items to bring to your attention specifically, 3 of a technical nature and 1 of just an odd result of one of your prior amendments. They're all relatively minor issues, and they occur in the first 11 agencies. So they occur pretty early on. You will also see a lot of the language is, it is the intent of the legislature language. This is to provide direction to agencies and to determine whether or not the JAC action was one-time, sustained, or doubles in the biennium. In the absence of those footnotes, the agency will struggle, candidly, in determining what its standard budget for 23-24 is. You will recall that the executive branch has taken some concern with language of this type, so we have revised the language. We have not made it a mandate. We have indicated what the intent of the legislature is. And even if the floors or the executive branch removes those footnotes, For the benefit of the committee, your staff will at least track them so that next year when the standard budget comes forward for X agency, we will be able to advise you as to whether or not the actions you took are included in their standard budget, were doubled, were sustained, or were one time. So that's the largest amount of our narrative. I would also note that as we proceed through this, the bill and the summary report, which I believe each of you have a copy of, it's the large legal size, it will change. It will change based upon any action you have in round robin, if you adopt either governor's letter number 4 or number 5, or if you adopt any of the technical corrections. We will make those modifications. I say this only to caution somewhat for those of you who wish to make notes on your hard copy. It will be modified. You'll get another version of this. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to walk through at your pleasure. And if you do wish to pursue that, I may pause on occasion and have another staff jump in for an agency or two just for to grab my breath.
So just for clarification, Don, and also this is for the co-chair on the Senate side. We basically did this informally in the House side a few days ago. Are you talking about doing that same process or something a little bit modified from it? And number two, has the Senate had the opportunity to do the same thing?
Mr. Chairman, I am speaking of something very similar to what the House benefited from. They asked for that walkthrough. I provided it to them. You didn't make any decisions or anything. It was informational only. To my knowledge, the Senate has not had that opportunity.
Well, and I think it's a useful process for us to hear it again, and to be educated. We never take this so much, and if the Senate hasn't done it, obviously, I think it's probably appropriate to do. So, Representative Larson, you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, just in the process then, if you'd help me to know how you'd like us to proceed, do you want us to wait till Dawn goes through that walkthrough before we come back then and make any round robin recommendations? Or do you want us to do that as we move through the agencies with Dawn?
Yeah, my preference would be to do that after he walks through it. But if you have questions about a round robin item that you need to have clarified so that we facilitate it when we're on the subject, that would be useful. Mr. Co-Chair, does that sound fine? Good with you? Okay. All right, Don, why don't you please proceed? And tell us what documents you have in front of you so everyone's on the same page.
Absolutely. Mr. Chairman, one final note, and that is there have been, both on capital construction as well as the budget bill, a very limited number of inquiries, candidly from state agencies and one private individual requesting public comment. We have told those entities that public comment was taken in December, but if you wish to have another round of public comment, the private entity was related to capital construction projects for community colleges. And the agencies, I don't think wanted to bring anything forward, but wanted to be available if JAC had any questions.
So Mr. Co-Chair, I think as a general proposition, I believe that at this point in time in a round and in an evaluation, we do not allow public comment because it's already happened. On the other hand, if there are some things out there that for some reason just never had the opportunity, I always want to be fair and open about it. I would tell that anyone that wants to have public comment that when we go into session in March, there'll be reciprocal bills on both sides of the floor. And at that point, any public comment on anything that comes out of our final budget bill or CapCom bill, they'll have plenty of opportunity to comment on them, probably on both sides of the body. And so that I think there's plenty of additional time available for those comments. And we would also welcome any written comments. I know we've already received some from the community colleges, and we're always open to have that circulated amongst the floor. But Mr. Co-Chair, any if you have different thoughts on it, we're always open to work together with you and the Senate on how we want to proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think that's accurate. I mean, we took public comment as you went through the budget process in December. We've got those markups. At the end of the day, we have to put this budget together. If there's particular information that you or a member of the committee wants that may be available through public comment, through questions today, as opposed to public comment, there's a specific question, I have no problem with pointing out and trying to get that additional information, but to just provide public comment as we try and put this budget to bed, taking general comment and public comment again, I think that time has passed and closed off. That opportunity's been there, and as you just said, this budget has a long way to go. It's got to go through more readings on the floor. It's got to go on each floor. There'll be still ample opportunity for individuals to advocate for additional cuts or for restoration or other other spending or issues that would appropriately be in the budget. So what we do today is we're just at the midpoint.
Okay, with that, Don, please proceed.
Yes, good morning. First, a high-level overview. The actions of the Joint Appropriations Committee resulted in a $2.5 million additional reduction of general funds, $45,000 additional reduction of federal funds, $3.1 million additional reduction of school foundation program funds, $2.5 million in the budget bill reduction of SIPA funds, and $21.3 million reduction of LSRA funds, specifically the set-aside funds for employee group health insurance. In addition, in terms of big picture items, you stopped the automatic tip from the 1% severance tax account to the LSRA and Permanent Wyoming Mineral Trust Fund that was previously adopted in the 2020 budget bill, and denied the governor's recommendation to deposit those funds in the general fund. Finally, you added back 41 net positions. Technically, you cut 10 positions, but you added back 51 positions at the National Guard Youth Challenge Program in Guernsey. So net, JAC has added 41 FTE. In terms of the balances, and I believe you have a copy of what we refer to as the white rod or the informal LSO fiscal profile. As it stands with January Craig and with all of your revisions, you leave $20.6 million of unexpended general funds. Those will automatically sweep to the LSRA at the end of this biennium if they are not used. That $20.6 million would also be available for any floor amendments or appropriations from other legislation that committees or individuals might sponsor during this session. You also leave a balance with the budget bill and the capital construction bill combined of $40.6 million in the SIPA account, 40.6 million in the SIPA account. And finally, unfortunately, you do have, with January Craig, a $19 million deficit in the school capital construction account that has not been addressed in one way or the other. So that's the overriding kind of numbers of this bill. And now I will jump into the narrative unless there are any questions on those.
Senator Kinski.
That was Senator Hicks that raised his hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
I'm sorry too.
You guys are stacked on top of each other. So
yeah, the thought of being confused with Senator Hicks is, well, never mind.
I think he means flattering. Mr. Chairman, Don, question on that, eliminating that OPSA, that half of that went to the LSRA. My understanding is that would only be for the second half of the biennium. Is that correct? my impression is unless we took action before, is it April 1st that flows into the permanent corpus? So remind me of what we're doing with this biennium and next biennium with that. I thought we had taken two separate directions on that. So am I correct or incorrect?
So in the 2020 legislation, there was 50% of the 1% severance tax would be deposited in the LSRA on April 1st and 50% to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund. And then subsequently, there was a separate section that made a deposit at the end of the biennium. And candidly, it would be roughly August, September timeframe of 2022 because severance taxes are delayed for accrual purposes. And the same 50% in 2022 would be deposited in the LSRA and the PMTF. As a result of the motion that was adopted in December, both of those tips were struck and the money will now reside in the OPSTA account. It's not being spent, but it's not being transferred anywhere. And our Craig estimates indicate that the total amount of that OPSTA fund will be $128.8 million at the end of this biennium.
And follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So we have not done any appropriations or any diversions out of the OPSA. Is that correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Representative Schwartz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quick, Don, what did you say the savings were out of the SIPA? I missed that number.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, you have a remaining balance of 40.6 million. And you reduced the SIPA appropriations in this bill by 2.5 million from the governor's recommendation. Mr. Chairman, moving on with the narrative in the absence of further questions, Section 1 is simply the definitions. These are taken exactly from the 2020 budget bill. You will note that some of these funds are not used in the 2021 legislation, but we leave them in there as a matter of practice, particularly if there's a floor amendment that brings in either an agency or a fund that was not touched by JAC. Those definitions are already pre-populated. Beginning on page 4 is the first agency, and I will run through, you'll get a sense of what I'm going to discuss. I will run through the JAC actions. And the first action appears on line 13 of page 4, where the JAC reduced $40,000 in 100 series, $30,000 in 200 series for a total of $70,000. That was the Walters Amendment. It is also referred to as Note 2. Note 2, not footnote 2, but Note 2 on the legal-sized summary sheet. Next, the committee reduced 1 FTE on line 13 and an additional amount of $65,541, totaling $105,000. The next action the Joint Appropriations took is on line 18. You reduced the clean coal technology, and this is for the international coal shipping ports. You reduced the amount of the governor's recommendation from 2.5 million to 1.25 million, which appears on line 18. And you also shifted the funding source. The governor had requested the funds come from SIPA, and the Joint Appropriations Committee took that from the general fund. That appears on Note 2 of the summary sheet. Finally, you did adopt the $50,000 recommended reduction in coal marketing, but since this was a separate bill, that appears at the end of the budget bill in section 300. There also is $950,000 remaining from 2020 House Bill 4 for purposes of coal marketing. On page 5, footnote 1 also relates to note number 1 in the summary sheet. This is a conforming revision to conform with the governor's recommended reduction by half of funding for Wyoming's access to export growth in international markets. And then finally, on page 5, footnote 4 was added to provide direction to the agency and the budget department to biennialize the cuts that I previously mentioned, the 40,000 and the 30,000. This is also our first technical point or correction. And we would ask at the appropriate time, whether it's now or after the conclusion of my presentation, on line 21 on page 5, that you strike the words or delete the words, excuse me, $40,000 for personnel and. The reason for that is since this is personnel, it is already automatically biennialized.
So Mr. Co-Chair, I think it's faster if we do these particular actions now. Otherwise, we'll just save time. So, and I think that's a technical correction. I don't know if we even need a vote on it, what's your preference?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters.
Mr. Chairman, I'll just do that right now and make a motion to delete the language on page 5, line 21 that says $40,000 for personnel and.
And seconded by Senator Garreau. Discussion? All those in favor, raise their hand. That motion carries unanimously. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, on page 6, the Secretary of State, there was no JAC changes. So unless there are any questions, I will move to section 3, the State Auditor on page 7, where there were also no changes by the JAC. In other words, you adopted the governor's recommendations in total. At the bottom of page 7, section 4, the State Treasurer's Office, the first change appears on line 26 and at the top of page 8 on line 1. The committee reduced $7,500, $5,000 for out-of-state travel, $2,500 for in-state travel. You also reduced $220,779 in 900 series and provided a clarification of that in footnote number 6, which is also explained in note number 4, or excuse me, note number 3 in the summary report. And finally, in the table on page 8, lines 7 and 8, the Joint Appropriations Committee restored $69,282 for the Native American motor vehicle exemption and made that restoration sustained, which is explained in footnote number 7 on page 10 and note number 6 on your summary report. Moving to page 9, this is the second of our 4 technical corrections that I'll bring to your attention. Since this has been put out on the website, we have identified that the reduction to the veterans tax exemption was not taken out of effective immediate funds. It was entirely taken out of the general appropriation in the table. So our request here would be to restore the language of footnote number 2 to its original language.
We have a motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
I would move on page 9, lines 17 and 18 to restore the original language.
Seconded by Representative Kenner. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise their hand. That motion passes. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, moving to page 10.
One second, Mr. Co-Chair. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a clarification. When we restore the language, is that we're restoring obviously the crossed-out language, and then that also removes the additional language that's underlined. That action took care of both of those. I see Don nodding his head yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Thanks for the question. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, on page 10, footnote number 4, this relates to Treasurer's letter, and the Treasurer's letter requested an exemption for one investment analyst to be promoted to a senior investment analyst, and the language on page 10, lines 8 through 10 accomplishes that task. It is a opportunity to reclassify one position.
And Mr. Committee, just for the committee's edification for what's going to happen or hopefully happen in the future, this has to do with the performance compensation and how these folks are paid. Right now, and you may recall that we did the performance compensation for both the treasurer's office and the retirement folks. So what has happened now is because of the way we set it up, the treasurer's office has more restrictive guidelines in how they can give pay raises and how they can implement the compensation package than what we have at retirement. So I'm going to ask that either through CapFin or JAC that we kind of reevaluate that, hopefully between now and March, so that we can kind of balance the tables with that. And we're probably at the point where, because we know that they have incredibly substantial savings, we can probably modify the requirements that we established when we first did this performance compensation. Because you recall, they could only have a certain percent out of the first 2.5 million and that type of thing. So we need to relook at that and kind of update it and make it current. So I just want to bring that to everyone's attention. All right, go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, on page 10 and top of page 11, footnotes 5, 6, and 7 all provide direction to the agency on the development of their standard budget. Specifically, footnote 5 biennializes the in and out of state travel reductions that JAC made. Footnote number 6 sustains the 900 series or contract services reductions that JAC made. And footnote number 7 sustains the restoration of funding for the Native American tax exemption. It's basically giving the agency the direction as to the development of their standard budget. That concludes the State Treasurer's Office, and I'm moving to the Department of Administration and Information. The first item on this table appears on page 11, line 10, where the entire budget division is removed pursuant to the legislation that I believe is already moving through the process at the Senate Appropriations Committee earlier this week. That entire agency is now moved later in the bill and becomes Agency 96. On lines 11 and 12, you reduced 2 positions from general services amounting to $119,568. This is explained in note 3 in your summary sheet. I just would note on line 14, the new money of $580,343 of SIPA funds, categorized as S13, that means it's SIPA funds. Those are the additional monies for utilities and the move-in of the Casper State Office facility. On page 12, the modification on footnote 4, lines 15 through 19, are simply conforming language based upon the governor's recommended reduction to leases. Since those lease amounts were reduced, the amount in the footnote also needed to conform with that reduction. Seeing no questions, I'm moving to the Wyoming Military Department. The first revision appears at the bottom of page 12. And this actually, there is no change until page 13, where the first revision occurs on line 3 and 4, where you restored $912,000 to the Wyoming Youth Challenge Program and did not eliminate that program. In addition, you did not reduce the FTE by 51. Rather, you did reduce a 10% biennial reduction with a 10% reduction for this biennium, and then it biennializes to a 20% reduction in fiscal year 23-24. That biennialization appears in the footnote on page 14, footnote number 3, biennializes this reduction to 20% for the National Guard Youth Challenge Program. The only other change to this agency appears as footnote number 4 on the bottom of page 14 and the top of page 15. And this requires the military department to engage in an MOU with the State Parks and Cultural Resources for the operation of the Veterans Museum. It appropriates $150,000 of general funds for that purpose, and also directs the department's standard budget to biennialize that amount. So that amount will become $300,000 per biennium, or $150,000 per year for the operation of the Veterans Museum. This is done in a footnote because if you wanted to make this permanent, that the state parks would take over the entire operation, that would require a bill if this effort is successful. The next agency is the Office of the Public Defender, and there were no changes by the Joint Appropriations Committee. On page 16, the Wyoming Pipeline Authority is entirely eliminated as it was rolled into the Wyoming Energy Authority, Agency 90, toward the end of the agency tables. On page 17, the Department of Agriculture, line 20 had a number of revisions. First of all, the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced $50,000 of 200 series, that's office support, support and equipment charges. That amount is biennialized to $100,000 in footnote number 6, and is also further explained in note 4 in your summary table. In addition, you denied the reduction of 1 FTE and the amount of $72,922. This related to the inspection weights. I believe that was the Summers Amendment. And you also restored 1/2 of the weed and pest funding, amounting to $192,760 on line 21. Then on lines 22 and 23, you further reduced the 200 series of the Natural Resources Division by $85,969. And finally, on line 24, you denied the governor's recommendation. The governor had recommended that pesticide registration would be reduced by $116,000, and the committee denied that action. On page 18, footnotes 1 and 2 are simply conforming, relating to the governor's recommendations that the Joint Appropriations Committee adopted relating to the hemp production regulations. On page 19, footnote number 5 is a conformance of the governor's recommendation for the reduction for predator boards. A very small amount, $4,500 of that reduction relates specifically to gray wolf depredation. And then on the bottom of page 19, top of page 20, footnote number 6 is direction to the agency to biennialize the reductions previously discussed in the table, and also articulated in note 3 and 4 of the summary sheet.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Please.
Don, I'm sorry, could I just go back 1 second to page 17, line 21? That weed and pest number, was that 192,000?
Mr. Chairman, that is what I have, yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I had it written down correct. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Still.
Mr. Chairman, for Don, and I apologize to make you go back to the Native American vehicle registration exemption. In December, my understanding was that we had allocated $69,000 out of the general fund that essentially goes to pay the counties to keep them whole, allowing the Native Americans to not have to pay vehicle registration. The amendment we just did seemed to undo that, and it has to do, I guess, with the source of the funding being from someplace other than general fund, I guess. Could you explain what we just did about 12 minutes ago?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, I believe the governor had a reduction of $69,000 in step 2 and an additional $69,000 in step 3. And the Joint Appropriations came in and denied the step 2, the step 3 reductions. And retained the step 2 reductions. I believe that given the language of the narrative, that they're going to be very close to be fully funded for the biennium with just the 1 reduction.
So the question is, Don, if it's not fully funded, who has to cover the deficit?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Step 2, they could cash flow, meaning that they had enough money to take care of it. In step 3, that's not true. That's why you restored it, so that they can pay for this, and the counties will not suffer this on themselves.
Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, so we had reached out to the county treasurer to get the costs over the last few years on what those reimbursement numbers were. And so what we put back in covered would cover basically what they have been historically been required to pay.
Okay, that refreshes my memory. Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, we're back on page 20 with the Department of Revenue. The JAC did not make any changes to the table, and this is the 3rd of our 4 technical corrections, appears on page 21, footnote number 1. We had, I think, some miscommunication with the department as to the amount of reduction, and we would ask to revise line 5 to $752,320. Again, $752,320 rather than $863,065.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like an update from Senator Grew, whether he was able to get all those liquor shipments out there, that we were concerned about with Christmas, and how that worked out down there as a volunteer in the warehouse.
Do we have a motion?
We worked hard there, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinner.
Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by the co-chair to amend, to add, I think the number is 752,320 roughly. All those in favor, raise their hand. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I should note all of these technical corrections do not change the total amount of cuts. So we're still at 2.5. These are just footnote language. Moving to the Attorney General's office, the first revision here appears on line 15, where the Joint Appropriations Committee eliminated 2 vacant positions at the amount of $227,915 general funds. That is the only additional change that the JAC made to the Attorney General's office. On page 22, section 20, the Department of Environmental Quality, the Joint Appropriations Committee on line 23 and 24 reduced 1 FTE in the Land Quality Division in an amount of $56,000 general fund, $56,100 to be specific general fund, and $45,500 federal funds. That is the only revision made to the the Department of Environmental Quality. The Department of Audit, there were no JAC changes on page 24. And the State Parks and Cultural Resources, there was 1 change at the top of page 25, where the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced 2 vacancies in an amount of $180,103 general funds. In addition, on line 20 or page 26, footnote number 2, this was a conforming reduction to acknowledge the governor's recommendation, reduced $20,000 We the People. Footnote number 3 reduced $200,000 of matching funds for the Cultural Trust Fund. These were both conforming with the governor's recommendations. Footnote number 7, I would ask the committee to look at pretty closely. This is new language. I believe this was the Senator Hicks amendment, and it requires that the department maintain the total amount granted to subrecipients from NEA, or National Endowment for the Arts limitation, unless those federal rewards are reduced or there is a reduction in the agreement in place at the time the footnote is enacted. In short, this is intended to ensure that the Department State Parks and Cultural Resources not reduced their grant funding to subrecipients from federal funds. And then finally, footnote number 8.
I think former Representative Stubbson would appreciate that motion that you made, Senator Hicks. Go ahead.
Footnote number 8 is the second half of the military department's MOU with the State Parks and Cultural Resources, requiring them to provide operations of the Veterans Museum. The next agency is the State Construction Department, and you added back 1 FTE on lines 2 and 3. This was a project manager. It is explained in note number 2 of your summary sheet and footnote number 2 of the bill, which appears on page 28, lines 24 through 26, and the top of page 29. This one requires the State Construction Department to populate this position, but also include a justification and performance assessment for the position in its upcoming standard budget for the 23-24 biennium. On page 29, the Wyoming Infrastructure Authority, much like the Wyoming Pipeline Authority, has been eliminated, and this has been moved to Agency 90, the Wyoming Energy Authority. Bottom of page 29, top of page 30, there were no additional changes by the JAC to the State Engineer's Office. Likewise, there were no additional revisions to the table at the bottom of page 30 for the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. However, at the bottom of page 31, there was a conforming amendment to be consistent with the governor's recommendation. His cuts to this agency, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund, also reduced the $1 million of matching funds for the Wyoming Landscape Conservation Initiative. On page 32 and 33, the Fire Protection and Electrical Safety Agency, JAC made no changes. On page 33, line 12, Geologic Survey, JAC made no changes. You did make, however, conforming revisions to the 2 footnotes to conform with the governor's recommendation by eliminating footnote number 1 related to field work for economic geologic studies and footnote number 2 for aeronautical magnometer studies. On pages 34 and 35, the Department of Insurance, the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced the appropriation on line 24, page 34, by $150,000 and biennialized this amount. As I would describe it, this was the quote unquote pay for the Veterans Museum between the State Parks and Cultural Resources, $150,000, the same sponsor made that. Footnote number 1 is new, and it ensures that that reduction is biennialized, fully funding the second part of that motion regarding the Veterans Museum. I'll pause here and maybe Elizabeth could jump in for a couple of agencies. Thank you.
Go ahead, Elizabeth.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Elizabeth Martineau with LSO Budget Fiscal, and I'm going to take you through the next couple of agencies. We are on section 048, Department of Health. The only change that JAC made to the table was to accept a late agency recommendation of $300,000. This can be found on line 22. And the request was by actually DFS and their supplemental budget request to reduce services to the Wyoming Boys School mental health services by a private provider. However, because those funds are actually held in the Department of Health, that is why you see that $300,000 reduction here. Then we move into the footnotes. JAC had a change to footnote number 2, which was to basically conform with the governor's recommendation for SSI, or the State Supplemental Security Income Monthly payments. This is found on page 37, beginning on line 17. So this just reduces that footnote down to say basically the lowest permissible federal amount without reducing any federal funds. Moving on to the next footnote that JAC has changed can be found way down on page 40. It is number 8, and this was the to sustain that reduction of $300,000 that we discussed earlier. Sorry.
Go Go ahead, Senator Kinsey.
Yeah, if we could just back up to 38 on that footnote real quick. What was originally the proposal was to eliminate the program. Now it says we're going to take it down to the lowest possible level. What was the savings with elimination, and what's the savings by?
I do apologize, sir. I think I got the gist of your question, Mr. Chairman. He was breaking up just a bit for me on my end.
I'll try that again. What's the delta between elimination of the program and the new proposal that we're just going to give it the lowest possible?
I believe the original, and I will just pull that up real quick because I don't know the original number off the top of my head, but I believe the original proposal was to reduce the program all the way down, and that amount was, and if Dawn or someone else has that on the tip of their fingertips, they might.
Million.
Say again, sir?
2.91 is the biennial number.
And I do believe that it was a agency request to take it down to the lowest federal amount so that we would not lose any other matching funding that we may have.
And what is that number? Elimination is 2.91 million per biennium. What is the new number?
Mr. Chairman, the new number is 1.8 million or $900,000 per year. In the absence of an amendment to restore the funds, the agency will have to take out the full 2.9 million consistent with the JAC's recommendation. But we couldn't reduce the footnote to zero. Otherwise, Wyoming's participation in entire Medicaid would be in jeopardy.
Right. Thank you.
What?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next change that we have will be still found on page 40, and that is footnote number 9. And this was just agreeing with the governor's revised letter number 3, which allows the Department of Health to continue using the 2019 child count numbers for fiscal year 2022. The last, and this, apologies, I haven't been giving these. This one, footnote 9, corresponds to SR note 9 on page 17 of that legal size document, if you're following along. Lastly, we also have added, JAC has added footnote number 10, which is to conform with the governor's recommendation to allow 2.189 million school foundation funds for school preschool services for the remainder of fiscal year 21. Moving into Agency 49, which is the Department of Family Services, JAC did not have any specific actions in this table or this agency. However, you did amend footnote number 3, which can be found on page 42, beginning on line 1, to conform with the governor's recommendation for those court-ordered social services, including a portion of the funds that were technically effective immediately. Moving on into Agency 51, the Livestock Board. Again, the department, JAC had no actions here other than to amend footnote 1, which can be found on page 43, beginning on line 15, which is to conform again with the governor's recommendation for that reduction to the livestock enforcement account. Continuing on to Agency 53, the department had, JAC did have one change here where it did add footnote number 2, which can be found on page 45, beginning on line 9. And this is a conforming footnote to go ahead and have the Department of Workforce Service have an agreement of some form with the Wyoming Business Council to operate and administer that Wyoming's Council for Women's Issues. And then finally, we have Community College Commission, which is section 57, which can be found on page 45. JAC had a few changes here. First and foremost, JAC added on line 19, $106,208 general fund and 1 FTE. This is SR note number 3 on page 20. Next, just kind of as a side note, because we like to note these as well, the governor did have recommendations related to Wyoming Works. However, those reductions in that narrative is discussed in section 320 of the bill rather than here in this agency. Next on page 46, line 5, JAC reduced $95,000 school foundation funds for the Wyoming Teacher Shortage Program, and that is corresponding to note number 8 on page 20 of that legal size paper. I'm unsure where Don wants me to end, so I will continue. Okay.
No, if Polly could jump in for a couple agencies.
Go ahead, Holly. Holly. You're muted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and hello, committee. Polly Scott with LSO Budget Fiscal. I'll be briefing on the next several agencies, starting with Agency 60, the Office of State Lands and Investment. And please let me know if you have any questions as I go along. Starts on page 46 of your bill and also on page 21 of your SR report. The first item I'll note is that on page 47, footnote 1, the JAC struck that footnote to conform with the governor's recommendation to eliminate $500,000 for state trust land noxious and hazardous weed mitigation. And the SR details this in note 1. This is a one-time reduction of general fund. Also, the JAC added section 300N to conform with the governor's recommendation to reduce $75,000 related to a state land proposal study. This is a one-time reduction and it was stemming from separate legislation. The JAC did initiate an additional cut to this agency, and it's easily seen on your SR report in the center table for JAC changes. It's in red. It's the $58,920 S5 School Foundation Program funds. And this is also shown in your bill on page 47, lines 2 and 3, where the $392,800 is struck, replaced with $333,880. Also, the JAC related to this added footnote 5, which is on page 49, to indicate that this reduction will biennialize. It's a 15% reduction in this budget, but it will biennialize to 20%. And so that footnote indicates the additional that will be reduced in the next biennium. Also, note 6 on the SR report indicates that the JAC's action to deny the governor's recommendation on reducing local government funding by 10.5 million LISRA. And this is being addressed in separate legislation, Senate File 64. The next agency, 63, the governor's residence, JAC made no changes. And also on the next agency, 66, the tourism board, JAC made no changes. That brings us to 67, the University of Wyoming at the bottom of page 50. And also in your SR report, UW starts on page 23. Very succinctly, the JAC made no additional changes to the UW budget beyond the governor's recommendations. However, there are some notable things that I'll point out for you. In the category of state aid, simply I'll say that the SR report and the bill present the information a little bit differently. There's more detail in the bill. And on the SR report, you'll see a reduction of almost $43 million in state aid, which was the governor's recommendation. That is combining into it the amounts that were reduced for the family medical residency and also WWAMI. And those amounts are detailed in note 3 and note 4 of your SR. In the bill, they are separated out. So just to call your attention to that. Also, the JAC moved the major maintenance to section 308, and this is detailed in note 2 on your SR. In the unit of WWAMI, the JAC added footnote 9, which is on page 58. And that footnote is related to the future delivery of medical education. In the unit of endowments and matching, the JAC struck footnote 8. I think I might have already said that. footnote 8 on page 57 of the draft bill, and it's regarding 6.25 million for endowments, and this was to conform with the governor's recommendations. If there are no questions, that brings us to Agency 69, which is WICHE, and the JAC made no additional changes. However, I do want to point out that there is a bill draft of 362, which pertains to WICHE, and it relates to veterinary students and repayment options. Agency 70, the Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, JAC made no changes. And also Agency 77, ETS, JAC made no additional changes. This starts on page 59 of your bill. And of course, we had the governor's letter today, and so there may be some discussion coming on that. That brings us to Agency 80, which is corrections on page 60 of your bill and on page 25 of the SR. You'll recall Director Shannon's presentation to the JAC, and the JAC made no further reductions beyond the governor's recommendations. Notes 3 and 4 in the SR report detail the JAC actions to conform with the governor's recommendation to reduce $150,000 general fund pertaining to a mental health quality control unit. And this is in section 300J. In the field services, JAC amended footnote 2 to reduce $440,000 one-time general fund for offender sanctions. And that was pertaining to House Bill 53 from 2019. This was also to conform with the governor's recommendation. And then also stated in note 5, I wanted to point out that at the bottom of page 60 in the other funds column of your bill, there's $3,170,000 SR, and that is anticipated fee revenue that is anticipated based on House Bill 49, which the JAC is sponsoring to revise agency fees. And Director Shannon did provide some follow-up information just in advance of this meeting that pertains to that. Moving on to Agency 81, the Board of Parole, the JAC adopted no further changes. And then Agency 85 at the bottom of page 62 of your bill and is on page 26 of your SR is the Business Council. The JAC added footnote 1 pertaining to the Wyoming Women's Council and an MOU with Department of Workforce Services. And also JAC adopted an additional reduction of $1.25 million general fund in the unit of investment ready communities. That is detailed in note 4 of your SR report. And footnote 2 on page 64 of the bill biennializes that amount to $2.5 million in the next biennium. Okay, then moving on to the next 3 agencies.
Don, hold on one second. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Polly. I think I'd want to discuss Agency 90 in particular because we did do something a little different there. Agency 90 appears on page 64. The Wyoming Energy Authority, this is a new agency, and you can see that the Pipeline Authority and Infrastructure Authority's appropriations have been wrapped in. We did take your direction for technical and conforming changes, and we added footnote number 1 here. We believe it was the committee's direction to appropriate these funds from the previously appropriated amounts. I know you didn't specifically vote on this footnote, but in the absence of this footnote, these funds would be a new appropriation on top of what they already had. So we believed it was appropriate to ensure that they weren't getting double appropriation.
Questions?
On page 65, there are also two.
I think that that's a technical correction. Do we just want to deal with that note now, that footnote now?
Yeah, do we, well, as modified then, is that the motion?
Yeah, just, yeah, the footnote number 1, I think we just want to do as modified as it exists. I think.
We have a second? Seconded by Representative Larson. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, that carries unanimously. Go ahead, Don.
On page 65, there are also 2 new agencies, the State Budget Department, new agency 96. There are no changes to the governor's recommendation, but I will give you a preview that there is a change in section 303 subsection O to carry over funds for the IBARS, or the state's internet-based budgeting system, to be used for new reporting.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So Don, help me understand. I mean, we just had that footnote number 1 when we rolled the Energy Authority, which was a combination of the Wyoming Infrastructure Authority and the other agency, the Pipeline Authority. Why don't we have to have a similar footnote with respect to the State Budget Department, which wasn't that previously appropriated for under A&I, or was there a separate appropriation?
No, excellent question, Mr. Chairman. For the Budget Department and the Office of Guardian Ad Litem, both of these appropriations were out of 21-22 biennium dollars. So we struck it out of their table previously in the budget. In the case of the Energy Authority, those funds were effective immediate. So they were technically appropriated in 2019-2020. And so striking them does not really take out their appropriation. That's the need for the footnote.
Okay, please proceed.
I did want to add, there's no note or change here in the numbers on the State Budget Department, but the Joint Appropriations Committee did deny the reduction that the governor had forwarded for printing of the budget, and therefore the agency will need to reduce their 900 series to accommodate that roughly $10,000 reduction from another area of their budget. Page 65, the Office of Guardian Ad Litem, also a new agency. No changes by JAC were made to that agency. On page 66, the Supreme Court, on line 7 and 8, you reduced $320,000 to delay the Chancery Court. There is also a bill draft that you will hear later today to effectuate that delay. And it is also described in option A of the judiciary's budget submission and note 2 in your summary report. Next, the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced court automation on line 13 and 14 by $1,741,000 to delay the software upgrade, and made a conforming change on page 67, footnote number 3. This case management system is further explained in note 5 of the summary report. Mr. Chairman, the Commission on Judicial Conduct, numerous judicial districts, the Laramie County District Attorney, the Natrona County District Attorney, and the county and prosecuting attorneys, pages 68 through 81 had no JAC changes. In other words, you adopted the governor's rec or the judiciary's rec in total, no changes to footnotes. And that can take us all the way to page 82 with the section 205 education school finance, unless there were any questions on those small court budgets. Seeing none, on lines 9, 11, and 13, this was the Summers Amendment, where the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced 15% of those 3 divisions and sustained those reductions in footnotes, in footnote number 2, which appears on page 85. Those 15% reductions amount to $1,892,278 on page 82. Section 206, and whoever is presenting section 206 on the floors, it will be a novel. This is, you had a lot of changes to the Department of Education, so let me walk through these slowly. The first group of changes related to the State Board of Education, which appears on page 85, line 18, Accountability and Communications, which appears on line 22, and School Support, which appears on page 86, line 2. Among those three divisions, you reduced the school foundation program appropriations by a total of 15%. However, you limited the State Board of Education's reduction to 10% and added footnote number 2 at the top of page 87 to ensure that the one at-will employee position filled by the State Board of Education is not eliminated, transferred, or otherwise reduced. So in other words, this first motion is a 15% across the board, except for the State Board of Education only took a 10% cut. The balance of their cuts were split proportionately to the remaining divisions, Accountability and Communications and School Support. Next, you reduced line 18 and 19 by an additional $44,305 of general funds and added footnote number 3 to sustain those reductions. And excuse me, Mr. Chairman, that was $44,305 in school foundation program funds, not general funds. Then on line 20 and 21, you reduced, the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced 2 FTE.
Don, can we go back just a sec, because this is my agency. So footnote number 3, what lines, could you go over that again, just real quick? I couldn't keep up.
Sure, footnote number 3 ensures that any reductions made in this budget are sustained. They're not one time or they're not doubled. They're merely sustained in the next biennium. Does that answer? Yeah. We're now on line 20 and 21, where the Joint Appropriations Committee reduced 2 FTE in the Leadership, Finance, and IT division, amounting to $197,000 of general funds. You also reduced $25,000 of 900 series and biennialized that reduction, and $124,915 in 200 series reductions, also biennialized. You also denied the fund swap of $884,183, where the agency and the governor had recommended a fund swap between the school foundation program and the general fund. In Accountability and Communications, their 15% share, which I started off with, amounts to $761,000, excuse me, sustained. And then in addition to this division, 1 FTE is reduced in the amount of $69,440 from school foundation program funding. And then flipping to page 86, in addition to the 15% cut to school support, which amounted to $125,393 sustained, the committee added back $70,000 biennially, which is also sustained, for the Talking Books program. The Talking Books program is discussed on page 87, footnote number 5, where it illustrates or specifies $70,000 is appropriated for the Talking Books, and the appropriation cannot be transferred or expended for any other purpose. On page 87, I believe I've referred to footnotes 2, 3, and 5. Footnote 4 relates to the biennialization of the cuts to the Leadership and Finance division, where the $25,000 in contractual services or 900 series and $124,000 in support services or 200 series shall not be included, which means it is a biennialized cut. I know that was a lot for that agency, And we will be happy to print out the bullet points in order for the members who are presenting that to their colleagues.
Great. Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, and so Don, just big picture on Department of Education, the governor's recommendation essentially was saying that they were going to use a lot of school foundation money to kind of backfill some of their cuts. And this committee has said, no, you're not going to do that. And is the total amount, the denial for that swap, $884,000? The reason I ask is because I had a note that it was 931,000, and I may have just gotten the number wrong.
Mr. Chairman, the total amount of the swap, you're right, was 884. And I think you were including a request for some new funding of school foundation program, which would have brought that up to the 900,000 roughly that you were referring to. I think it is important to step back and say, well, what did JAC do and what was your philosophy here? JAC cut 3 positions in the Department of Education, and you also reduced school foundation program funding by a total of $1.88 million from the governor's request. And as an observer, my thought was the Joint Appropriations Committee felt that the reductions to the general fund should also be shared by the school foundation program, which were not in the governor's directions to agencies. But both accounts are significantly hampered going forward. And I believe Representative Summers kind of led the charge in ensuring that the school foundation program agencies, not only here, but we talked about funding in other divisions such as the Wyoming Military Department, took a proportionate share of cuts.
Senator Kinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, when you put your bullet points together, truthfully, I got a bit lost with the summer swaps as to, regardless of the source of funding, what reductions is the Department of Education taking? And so just a summary of that, because between the swaps and the cuts, I wasn't sure net whether the department was really taking a hit or of what magnitude a hit it was taking. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we will do that. And in short, the department is taking a larger hit than what the governor had recommended, to the tune of about 15% of their SFP funds. But we will get the specific numbers for you in a bullet point presentation for the floors. If there are no further questions on the Department of Education, the last 2 agencies appear on page 88, the Board of Equalization and the Environmental Quality Council, both of which had no changes made by the JAC. We're now on page 90, and I do want to walk through, these are referred to as section 300s, where narrative action by the legislature is taken, including conditions on appropriations, transfers, and the like. Section 300, subsections H, J, or actually J, K, M, and N are all consistent with the governor's recommendations, but required revisions to appropriations made in other bills. So because those appropriations were not made in the 2020 budget bill, we couldn't change the table because the money wasn't appropriated in that table. So we had to use the section 300 as the mechanism to make those revisions. Subsection H is a different issue. This, I believe, was the Senator Hicks amendment, whereby the Higher Education Excellence Endowment Fund generated substantial yield in fiscal year 20. And because of a prior prohibition to transferring those funds from the reserve account to the endowment, his amendment is included in subsection H and requires a transfer of $10.6 million prior to the end of that fiscal year. So from the reserve account into the corpus. So that corpus will grow from about 120 million to 130 million. Subsection J relates to House Bill 31 from 2020, And the reduction here is $150,000 from that prior appropriation. This bill related to criminal justice, mental health, quality improvement, and was part of the recommended cuts from the Department of Corrections. Subsection K is a reduction of $50,000 for the coal marketing program. This relates to 2020 House Bill 4. This was also part of the governor's reductions. And I would note that $950,000 remains in that program. Subsection M relates to the Livestock Board, 2020 House Bill 99, where the entirety of that appropriation, all $50,000 for purposes of animal reimbursement program, is cut pursuant to the governor's recommendation and the agency request. And then finally, on the top of page 91, subsection N relates to 2020 House Bill 162, where Polly discussed in the Office of State Lands a reduction of the full appropriation from that bill of $75,000. This related to a state land study, which has been completed and funded through internal funds of the Office of State Lands. This related to those Teton County parcels. Section 303 provides for a carryover of $41,940 for monitoring of B11s, I believe, related to the IBAR system upgrade. That is the internet-based accounting and budget system for the state. Section 308 at the bottom of page 91, top of page 92, modifies the major maintenance appropriation consistent with the governor's recommendation. There are two issues here. Issue number one is he reduced the payments by 25% by reducing the multiplier of major maintenance formula from 2% of gross square footage replacement value to 1.5%. The second item appears on line 3 of page 92, where the funds supporting major maintenance are now shifted from the general fund to the SIPA account. So SIPA is supporting all major maintenance funding for this biennium. Section 311 is a continuation of the concurrence with the governor's biennial budget development recommendations. This simply says that all of the one-time, sustained, or biennial recommendations, of which I believe there are roughly 600 in his budget recommendations, the governor or the legislature concurs with, and when he says they are biennialized, the legislature agrees with that, except for where it is otherwise specified. And the otherwise specified refers to the numerous footnotes that we have referred to you throughout this morning, where the cuts that JAC is making are either sustained, one-time, or biennialized. Section 314 on page 93 gets back to Senator Hicks's earlier question at the beginning of the presentation. The OPSTA account remains, but the two tips in subsection B on line 3, the tip number 1 on April 1st, and the second tip as soon as practicable after fiscal year 2022, around August or September of 2022, those tips to the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and LSRA have been struck.
Go ahead, Senator Hicks. You're muted. Yeah.
Yeah. My clicker is not clicking very fast. Mr. Chairman, Dawn, we haven't appropriated out of that OPSA account, and there should be money flowing in there with the April 1st. Where do we profile that, either in the goldenrod or the white rod? So how are we tracking the balance in that account?
Mr. Chairman, excellent point. It is currently not on the LSO fiscal profile. We can certainly start putting it on there. It is noted in the Craig report in table 4 and 5. It has the annual figures as well as the biennial figures. But if the committee would like to add it, and whether or not you want to remove another account For example, the School Foundation Program Reserve Account has a couple $100,000 in it, and that's it. That appears on page 3 of the profile, I believe. We could swap that out, for example, or add a new page, or
Smaller print, same page. Now, I'm just questioning. I'm fine the way it is, but at some point in time, I just want to make sure we can track that. Maybe not so much on the white rod, but maybe incorporate that into the golden rod would be my recommendation. But it's really up to the direction of the chairman and the committee what they'd like to do with that. But
Yeah, I think that'll be a discussion that we can have first between the co-chairs, and we'll bring it back to the committee.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, at the bottom of page 93, top of page 94, consistent with the governor's recommendations, these are the reductions to the Wyoming Works program. The $1.5 million for student grants appears in subsection D, and the $1 million for the program account appears in subsection E. Both of these were reductions forwarded by the Wyoming Community College Commission. Pages 94 through 98 is language that you'll be seeing in the next bill as well. This continues or recreates the Casper State Office Building Advisory Task Force. Initially, we thought this could be addressed in 1 or 2 lines. Unfortunately, in statute, this advisory task force had expired. It had continued via management council action, but in statute, we needed to recreate that. So all of the appointees and directives to the task force are identical to the current task force. On page 98, subsection H provides the significant change, and it extends the task force in this bill to June 30th, 2022.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
That section's starting to look a lot like legislating in the budget bill. I'm not so sure that we shouldn't just redo that as a bill format versus trying to legislate that through the budget. But that's just a concern. I wonder if one of our staff attorneys might opine on that issue.
I think both Ted and Anna are listening in. I'll give them a chance to join the conversation. We have brought this up previously, and the language is in another piece of legislation. And while the attorneys are preparing their response, note on page 98, line 20 through 22, it is in reference to other legislation that is creating substantially the same task force. Then this section shall not be effective. So this is a secondary approach, but it is not the primary approach. Secondly, the primary approach, and I think it includes your amendment, includes termination of the advisory task force upon substantial completion of the project. That substantial completion language is not in here because it's a time limited. The budget only lasts for 2 years, so we put it in through the completion of the budget.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Ted Hewitt with the LSO. I'd be happy to respond to Senator Hicks's question, if you would like.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think potentially there is an issue with legislating in the budget to create this task force. Certainly would be safer for the committee to put that in its own bill or potentially in the CapCon bill.
Thanks, Ted. Hey, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the last section and when I explain these to the House, I'll mention Senator Bebout would always refer to the end of the bill if you noticed how he worked in committee and said, well, what are you repealing? So this is the repealing section, and there are 3 sections of the 2020 budget bill that have been repealed. Section 327 is a significant section related to employee group health insurance, including the repeal of a $21.33 million appropriation from the LSRA. The revisions to the employer paid premiums, the employee paid premiums, the co-pays, you've received responses from the Department of Administration and Information on, and they have been incorporated in to the new increases. That $21 million is unlikely to be needed. Roughly a year ago today, we were in a negative balance situation. Today, the cash balance, actually I checked it earlier this week, not this morning, was in excess of $60 million. So there has been a substantial change in the condition of that insurance program. That's twofold. Number one, there's lower use, primarily due to COVID. Individuals are not presenting themselves for their annual physicals or other medical appointments. In addition, the increase in rates, both last December as well as December of 2019 and August of 2020, those 2 increases provided substantial additional revenue, such that the revenue is outpacing the expenditures on a monthly basis, and that balance is continuing to grow. Section 329, if there are no questions on Section 327, Section 329 is an elimination of the governor's requirement to provide statewide position eliminations, generating roughly $500,000 in savings. He was required by this section to do 4 different reductions over 6-month increments. In the first 6 months with the governor's reductions, both step 2 and step 3, he has far exceeded by multiples any requirement in Section 329 for position eliminations or vacancy savings. And finally, Section 330 is repealed, and this was a $250,000 general fund appropriation to the Department of Workforce Services for mass layoff relief. None of these funds were expended by the Department of Workforce Services, and the committee moved to repeal that entire section. Page 99 is the effective date, and it is effective immediately. I would just point out one minor issue. If you do not meet in March, this effective date will become an issue the longer you push it out. Specifically, if you don't meet until May or June, there may be insufficient time to incorporate these reductions by July 1, in which case we would likely work with the state auditor's office to have some counting extension for X number of weeks if you delay a session into the late spring or early summer. Mr. Chairman, I believe that concludes my summary. I did skip over one item which I will bring to your attention. It is not a technical correction, but it is, and that's why I skipped over it. It is a motion of the committee which has been incorporated, but it ends up with an odd result. And that appears on page 13 with the Wyoming Military Department. You'll recall that you restored the school foundation funding for the National Guard Youth Challenge Program. In that motion, the committee did not restore any of the federal funds associated with the National Guard Youth Challenge Program. If you wanted to have a similar 10% reduction of federal funds, the committee would need to restore $2,946,235. Alternatively, if the committee elects not to take any action, the governor has authority to B11 these funds in to the extent they are available, very similar to the early morning conversation of the IT funding. Generally speaking, LSO staff does not encourage the use of B11s when the opportunity is available to the legislature to make those appropriations. But we found it was a little bit odd by restoring the school foundation program, but not the federal funds.
Do we have a motion?
I'll
Senator
move,
Hicks.
I'll move that we restore the federal funding to the,
Moved by Senator Hicks, seconded by Representative Kenner. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor raise their hand. That passes unanimously, other than Guru. Unanimously. Okay, thank you, Don. Anything else?
Mr. Chairman, for the record, I did not vote in favor.
Oh, okay. So it's not unanimous. That was Representative Schwartz. Okay, so it is now, Don, anything else? Further questions on the budget as prepared by LSO? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, so my question is, if we don't add some money back, about 1.9 million in Agency 48 for state Social Security disability, then does that department then have an unfunded mandate to pay out disability benefits?
So I think we have motions. We'll do a round robin where we'll go in and do modifications, and that will be one of them. But I think we'll take a break before we do that, and we'll come back to do those. So is that all right with you, Mr. Co-Chair? Okay, but anything else, any questions on what was presented by Don? And as discussed earlier, this is an explanation of the bill. We're not going to take public comment on this bill as modified. We're just walking through the work that we've already done. So it's now 9:47. Let's take a break until 10:05 so we can regroup. And if we want to do a breakout just before we do round robin, just let us know, either House or Senate, and we'll come back and we'll do the round robin and commence that when we come back. 10:05.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't, so what if we could just have why don't you said we're going to meet back at 10:10?
10:05.
10:05. Why don't we have a little breakout for Senate at 10? We'll 5-minute breakout for us. Let's if we can reconvene and meet and go to our breakout at 10. Can we do that?
Sure. Let's reconvene at 10, and the first thing we'll do is a breakout of the two houses.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
All right.
all in our places with bright smiling faces. Is that right, Representative Kinner?
I think Representative Stith fell down the gorge. He's gone. There he climbed back up. Okay.
Back with you, out of the gorge.
Okay. Isn't that flaming gorge behind you? Isn't that what it is?
It is.
Isn't that where they have white rattlesnakes?
You know, I haven't encountered any, but
you've heard about them.
I've heard we don't have a lot of rattlesnakes here in Rock Springs, but as you go south, you find more.
They're called faded midget rattlesnakes, not white rattlesnakes, Senator Kinski.
Okay, well, I didn't know if they were a made up thing or not, but so as you move away from Representative Stith and towards your district, Senator Hicks, you find more rattlesnakes, more snakes?
You know, there's a reason they call it Snake River. It isn't for the sinuous nature of the river.
I thought it was Little Snake though.
They should have named it Lot of Snakes.
And so both at the gorge and here, I try not to poke at a snake with a short stick.
There you go.
I just want to know why Senator Stith has the picture of the Utah portion of the gorge out there instead of the Wyoming portion.
Well, okay. This is taken from the Utah side, but that's the one I could find. So we'll try to update this with a more appropriate picture.
Well, actually, it gets pretty barren and not particularly picturesque in the Wyoming side. You go to the state line buoys, the state line cove. Yeah, it looks like Seminole, Senator Hicks. Yeah. Well, Mr. Co-Chairman, do we need to move this bill?
You're muted, Bob.
Yeah, but I was enjoying it so much.
Squeak to me.
Bob, you're muted.
You're still muted, Bob.
I think you're correct. We need to move it in order to have the round robin so that it's we're there. So is there a motion on the bill? Moved by Representative Larson, seconded by Representative Kinner. So gentlemen, now we'll have discussion on the bill, and that discussion is a round robin where Don, typically what we do is just walk through the numbering, and if there are amendments, and we're pretty free about moving around back and forth if we forget. I can tell you that on the House side, there are very few. And so I think this hopefully will move fairly expeditiously on, but with that, Representative Larson, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, previously it sticks in my mind that we would make a request to open up an agency. Would you just procedurally, is that how you're planning on us proceeding, and then we'd close the agency after the amendments are made, or how are you wanting to do that today?
That's correct, although with we did kind of modify that because we're on Zoom, and so it's a little bit more complicated. I mean, it's easier if we just go to one and ask to have it opened up, and that will be the motion to ask to open it. But so the answer is, yeah, typically we open and close for every amendment. Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'll kick this thing off. I'd like to open agency number 1, Office of the Governor.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. And normally we don't do that.
We don't do that.
No, we didn't do that.
It's a given that we go ahead and do it. So please proceed, Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, I would like to go into the Governor's Policy Office and restore the one position that JAC had removed at our December meetings. I believe at the time we did it, it was the right thing, but I think with the change of administration in Washington, D.C., I think we're going to see significant impacts to the state of Wyoming in a lot of forms and fashions. And I think that position may be necessary or even essential when it comes to developing policies with what we might be seeing coming down through the federal agencies. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I would go ahead and ask for a second on restoring that position.
Seconded by Representative Larson. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is unanimous. So that motion carries. Any other motions on agency number 1?
Mr. Chairman.
Please, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In Senator Hicks's previous motion, did that also reinstate the funding for that position? Just a question of curiosity.
I think that's how we understood it. If that's anyone has a different opinion on that, please opine. Any other motions on agency 1? So with that, is there a motion to close agency 1?
So moved.
Move to close, seconded by Senator Guru. All those in favor, raise their hand. That motion carries. Okay. Any other, Don, why don't you walk through this? Is it, we go through 1 through 10 essentially, or what's, yeah. Any amendments through agencies 1 through 10? Seeing none. Any agencies 11 through, Don, you know the numbers better. I think I'll turn that over to you.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. The next grouping would be 11 through 20.
Any motions on agencies 11 through 20? Senator Hicks.
Senator Hicks, you're on mute.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'd like to go to agency 20, Department of Environmental Quality. Would like to restore the 1 position to the Land Quality Division, which is $56,100 general fund, $45,900 federal funds, and restore that position back to the Land Quality Division.
Seconded by Representative Larson. I think we all understand the motion. Any further discussion on the motion? The motion opens it. All those in favor of the motion, raise their hand. That motion passes unanimously. Any other motions on agency 20? Okay, that agency, okay, all those in favor of closing agency 20, raise their hand. That motion carries. Don, any other motions on 11 through 20? Go ahead, Don.
Agencies 21 through 41.
Any motions? Seeing none, go ahead, Don.
Agencies 42 through 51.
Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to open up agency 48 and go into the discussion on the requirement to keep our state Social Security income program. I'd like to restore part of the funding that we reduced in section 460, restore $900,000, which will be biennialized. That 900 is in the second year, and it'll be biennialized to 1.8. That will maintain the department's ability to keep it at the most reduced levels that the feds will allow.
So essentially, this is in order to comply with the federal requirements. Is that my understanding, Representative Larson?
That is correct.
Is that a second, Senator Kinski, or is that a?
Yeah, no, it's a second. It's a second.
Seconded by Senator Kinski. Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing that, go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I just a question on that. And so as I understand it, I mean, the intent was in the original cut was that to reduce it to the lowest amount required by federal law in order to maintain those benefits. However, the intent, it ended up just being cut a little too far. We have subsequent information since our hearings in December that says we need this 1.8 million, this 900 biennialized. We need this back in order to meet the threshold of the intent. Is that how I understand what we're doing here?
Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Perkins, what they'd done originally was reduced it and with the intent of eliminating the program. And that's the way the governor's budget came out. It was after our December meeting that we found out that the feds would not allow us to reduce it. Hence, that's the change in the footnote. And then this restores enough to keep it at that minimum, that maximum level of reduction by the feds.
And follow up, Mr. Co-Chair. And so the effect of not doing this is that we would risk losing the entire participation in the program. Is that, or just help me understand a little bit better?
So if we didn't do this, then the department would have to, we still have to have it, and they would have to fund it
from elsewhere. Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Any other motions on the agency? Seeing none. Don?
Agencies 53 through 66.
Are there any motions to open? 53 through 66. Okay, Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder, do we want to have a discussion about this letter from the Community College Commission where we eliminated a position that's actually been filled? Position number 4, policy analyst. This is the sleds, the person that does all the sleds work, if I recall correctly. We have a letter from him dated the 21st saying, oopsies, you guys cut a filled position.
Yeah, I think we're aware of the letter that we just received. I think on the House side, our inclination is not to address it at this time. We need to learn more about it.
Okay, that's fine. I have nothing on any of those other agencies then.
Okay.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just on the letters 4 and 5 that we got from the governor just recently, one of them's an ETS. Was the other one back in DFS, or is that all? Is that a separate? Is that a different appropriation to a different agency?
So my understanding would be, Mr. Co-Chair, that we would deal with the letters separately.
Okay, all right.
If they impacted the, yeah. So
Okay,
we'll do
thank
those
you.
last, yeah. Okay. Anything else on agencies 53 through 66? Seeing none, Don, go ahead.
Agency 67, University of Wyoming through Agency 81, Board of Parole.
Are there any motions? Any motions? Seeing none, Don, go ahead.
Agency 85, Wyoming Business Council through Agency 101, Supreme Court.
Any motions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Agency 103, the Commission on Judicial Conduct and Ethics through Agency 160, County and Prosecuting Attorneys.
Any amendments? Seeing none, go ahead.
Agency 205, Education, School Finance through Agency 220, Environmental Quality Council.
Any amendments? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I think this would be an opportune time before we enter the Section 300s to consider Governor's Letters 4 and 5.
Okay, we'll now go to Gov's Letters 4 and 5. And Don, I think it might be useful if just walk us through what the appropriations are and how much they are, the recommended sources of those funds, just so we understand it. I'm pulling them back up on my computer here.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman. On Governor's Letter number 4, the request is for $3,455,859, all general funds. These amounts are split across 6 agencies: ETS, Department of Revenue, Attorney General, DEQ, Livestock Board, and State Parks and Cultural Resources.
So Don, the big chunk of that 2.995 is the unified network. And so, and the other ones I think are de minimis as a practical matter. So, Mr. Co-Chair and committee, on any one of these items, and particularly the unified network, does anyone need to be updated or get some feedback or commentary on that? Representative Schwartz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, the only one that pops up is the next biggest one, Department of Revenue, 217,000. I'm just curious what that is. I don't have a problem with it.
Don?
Mr. Chairman, I'll defer this one to Kevin with your indulgence.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
He just popped up. Go ahead, Kevin.
That's for the CAMA system. Those are the servers for the local governments. So if we didn't address those servers, then they would have to pay for them themselves.
Go ahead.
So those were the ones that Mr. Noble removed in his budget in step 3, correct?
Mr. Chairman, no, this is associated with the global reductions that you did last year. So in that global reductions, those CAMA servers, I think there was 4 of them, were captured in there, and we're recommending to give those money back to us, or excuse me, back to the Department of Revenue to purchase those CAMA servers for the local government.
And Kevin, you concluded that those are needed ASAP?
Mr. Chairman, ASAP, no. Actually, it'd probably be July 1st because we're talking really about the second half because you gave us the first half. But the supplemental budget bill is effective immediately anyway. So at that point in time, if they wanted to purchase those at the supplemental, it's effective immediately, then they could.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just for the committee's information, when we were considering the direct funding bill that was in the Senate Appropriations Committee on Tuesday, we did take some testimony from local governments, and in particular, this was the replacement of these CAMA systems by these local governments were one of the things that they were citing about responsibilities that they have to assess state property and to carry out state functions, and how in reducing direct distribution, there's other places that they are reduced as well. This is one of them. So we did have some testimony about that on Tuesday in the Senate Appropriations Committee regarding the fact that without this additional funding, it does become basically an unfunded mandate on the counties to continue to participate in that unified mass appraisal system.
Anyone else had questions? Okay, any other questions on the governor's letter number 4? Representative Kinner.
Mr. Chairman, I would move approval of governor's letter number 4.
Moved by Representative Kinner, seconded by Senator Garou. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, I think that's unanimous vote. So there are no opposed. So that governor's letter number 4 is approved. Don, next is letter number 5. Is that right, or is it?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Governor's letter number 5 requests $240,000 in general funds and $415,000 of federal funds for the YCAP system.
Okay, discussion. We have a motion on governor's letter number 5. Moved by Red Senator Hicks, seconded by Red Senator Garou. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. That motion passes unanimously. Don, what's next?
Mr. Chairman, on page 90 begins the section 300s. Maybe you could take these in a couple of groups, section 300 through 303. So if there are any transfers.
Okay, any amendments to section 3? Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it would be in section 300. If not, Mr. Richards can correct us. But I would make a motion to move 19.6 million from SIPA to the school capital construction account. And with a second, I will explain.
Second by Representative Larson. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's imperative for us to pass a balanced budget, and if we don't move this money over, we will not have a balanced budget, because the school capital construction projects are included in the budget bill we passed last year. Last year it was balanced. By midsummer it was underwater. By the October Craig it was actually $7 million to the positive, and the January Craig indicates the account is 19.6 million shy of meeting those project demands. I would liken this to what we will do next year in the budget cycle when we are reviewing the main budget. We will make certain dollars next year in the budget effective immediately, because there will be agencies that are running behind. And so that's really what we're doing here. School capital construction is an annual budget. And this year it just works out that there are no supplemental requests for school capital construction. Is why we don't see a section for this. Hopefully, with that, I'd take any questions.
So Representative Walters, the option to that is basically we have to cut 19 million out of capital construction accounts. Is that fair? Or we don't do anything and we pass an unbalanced budget, and the governor will have to make those cuts because the funds aren't available.
Mr. Chairman, both of your thoughts are correct. I would caution that because these projects were passed last year, they are in varying stages of completion, you might say. And so going in and trying to find enough money that has not already been committed will be very difficult, because at the time the account was fully loaded, you might say. And so it becomes problematic to find the funds available when you've started a project to then quit halfway through the project.
And so, Mr. Co-Chair, so we had this discussion earlier this week on several different occasions in the House side. And our conclusion was that we would make this motion today just to balance the budget out. But between now and the session, if it's the preference of either body or any individual, to basically obtain more information from school capital construction on where the projects are at. We have the Riverton project, we've got a 10 Sleep project, and there's another project. And if there's a way to reduce those or modify them down, some of them are now just studies. And so some of them there are ways that we can probably go in and won't have a substantial impact on it. But our thought was both sides will have the opportunity to do that. At this point, it's probably appropriate to balance the budget unless we want to take public testimony or go in and get further data on where and how those cuts can be made. And so I would just let you and the Senate know that's what our thinking is on this particular issue. It's not that we, I mean, if we want to come back in and delay those projects, so we know, but we need to know the specific dollar amounts and then come in and then make sure there's sufficient funds to cover the rest of it, because it doesn't add up to immediately 19 million.
Mr. Co-Chairman?
Go ahead.
And I know that Representative Walters, I think you're still serving on the select committee on school facilities. And so could you just give us a little bit more background on the 19 and where it came from? I'm not asking for a blow by blow, but if you could kind of give us a quick hitter on the majority of that, so help us understand. I do understand what you're saying, that there's no new construction projects, or all existing projects that were approved in the in the school, I guess it's the school bill last year, or is it because we didn't have a capital construction bill last year? That's where this comes from, that's where the 19 is.
So thank you, Mr. Chairman. The school capital construction projects are actually contained within the budget bill itself. And then the way the funding comes into the school capital construction account is it's 0.45% of SIPA. It is state royalties, a third of state royalties. A couple years ago, there was a cap on that. We removed that cap, so it's a third of state royalties. And that is how the funding comes in. And the biggest issue that has arisen here is a coal mine has moved off of mining on a state section and onto either a federal or a private section. And so that revenue that was anticipated is not going to come in. That's something that is very difficult to predict, how much they will mine off of a particular school section at any given time. So a year ago, they were mining right along on that school section, and now they have reached the edge of the section, and so they have moved off of it. And that's really where this deficit comes from, something that is quite frankly unforeseen, hard to predict. And like I said, because it's contained in this money is actually contained in the budget bill, is why we are taking this action in the budget bill again, in the supplemental budget bill.
And
as to
Don,
the projects,
Don, can you remind us how much the CapCon is and what those particular projects are, just so everyone knows?
Mr. Chairman, I've got those here. I can give you a brief rundown, if you will.
Sure. Go ahead.
So we have charter school leases totaling 1.6 million. And I'm going to do some rounding here just to expedite things. We have a land lease of 94,000. We have modular leases totaling 110,000. The real big one is capital construction for capacity needs. Remember, there's going to be capacity and condition needs. Capacity needs, we spend about 34.5 million. Condition needs, we spend about 25.8 million. And those are the largest two components of this budget, the capacity and the condition needs.
And so Mr. Co-Chairman, and so what I understand is the shortage mostly comes from just a drop from what was the anticipated revenue to fund this. It's the severance taxes and from that coal mine. We thought that was coming, it stopped. So now we're short on these existing projects that were already approved in the budget last year.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Senator Drew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And so, and this is either for Tom or, I'm sorry, Representative Walters or Don. So that takes the SIPA down from 40 to, actually cuts it in half, from 40 million, and take out 19 million off that number, correct?
Mr. Chairman, that would be my take on things. I would
Right.
agree with your math, Senator Guru.
Land or math, but math. Okay, thank you.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, what phase are all of these projects in? Obviously, if it's come in 20 million short, are all of these been currently under construction or implementation? And is this all for construction or partially for major maintenance? I may have missed that and Representative Walters, but I guess where I'm trying to go with this, Mr. Chairman, is maybe we need to revisit if some of these have not started yet. Maybe we should revisit whether we would want to go ahead and authorize them. Obviously, the landscape's changed since we passed that construction budget last year. So I need more information before I can just vote on $20 million expenditure.
Well, and I'll let Representative Walters answer that. But the answer to that is you're absolutely right. The question, because some of these can and probably should be revisited, but I think that would require testimony and having detailed information presented to you and to us. And so what I'm proposing that this is a placeholder for this amount until that review takes place. But, Representative Walters, go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the good Chairman Nicholas, Senator Hicks explains that perfectly. We don't at this time have the exact information of what stage each of these projects are in. because this was approved a year ago, all of these projects were green lighted to start proceeding at some level. How far into these projects is unknown. And so with the goal today of being able to pass a balanced budget and have it ready for the floor, I think Chairman Nicholas states it very well. We need this in place really as a placeholder. And then between now and March, when we present this budget, if we get different information, we can make amendments on the floor to revisit these projects, eliminate projects, or whatever we may decide. But that would give us time to get that information, and that would be the appropriate time to take those actions, so that today we can still have a balanced budget that we move out of this committee and have ready for our colleagues.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
Tell me why we can't wait on this until we actually get that prioritized list and know better whether we want to authorize 19 million, assuming we want to take it out of SIPA, 19 million or 12 million or 7 million. I'd rather have the list before I make the motion, Mr. Chairman. Why can't we do it that way? I'm just.
So I think the answer, Senator, is that we're constitutionally directed to present a balanced budget that comes out of JAC that we take to the floor. By not doing anything on this, we're not doing that. And that would behoove the governor then to make some corrections. And Don, I mean, just tell us what we've done in the past and what our options are.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kinski, I don't believe that there is a constitutional requirement on this committee. However, it has been the practice that the Joint Appropriations Committee has presented a balanced budget and in fact left some money on the table for the floors to consider amendments and other pieces of legislation. In the event that no action is taken on this and it proceeds through the process, we basically, I think Representative Walters indicated, the governor was faced with this same challenge this summer when the account was underwater by roughly the same amount. And I believe at that time he sent out letters through the State Construction Department to at least 2, if not 3 of the projects, specifically the Riverton Auditorium and the 10 Sleep, I believe it's an elementary school. I don't have that letter at my fingertips. It may have also included a 3rd elementary school or a 3rd project being an elementary school in Lincoln County as well, in order to address the shortfall. If no action is taken, the executive branch will face a similar dilemma, meaning they will have insufficient funds to address the appropriations and will have to make presumably similar decisions as to what they made this summer. In terms of other options that this committee has, you could reduce the major maintenance amount provided to K-12 entities for the 2nd year. The 1st year is out. It's already been delivered to school districts, but fiscal year 22 amount could be reduced. You could identify which projects you wanted to reduce, presuming they had not gone under contract, been proceeded in some sort of way that would inhibit, pulling back money that has already been spent. Or you could use another source of revenue. I think the SIPA has been used historically for school capital construction. It is used in this biennium to the tune of almost $100 million for school capital construction. So I suspect that is why Representative Walters went there first. You could use the balance of the general fund. However, I will note that the general fund started the day with a $20 million surplus, and you spent just under 5 of that through your actions of restoring. Or you could use other resources. They are limited. Other reserve accounts, the LSRA, 1% severance tax, those sorts of accounts would be available as well.
Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman. My question would be, do we know if any of these districts have anything in reserves that they've been holding back that could help with some of this? I know I have some districts that I've been speaking with that are having a hard time utilizing all of the major maintenance money that the formula is producing for our districts. And so even that 15% carryover, they still have money to return sometimes. And so I'm wondering about, as we investigate this, looking at the reserves that they might have to utilize, because we do know that some of the COVID has resulted in reserves in many ways for some of our school districts.
Senator Kinski.
And Mr. Chairman, again, I appreciate the input that Don provided. We've got some money sitting in the budget that hasn't been allocated. I think having a $19 million deficit it creates pressure, and that's not a bad thing in our budget situation. It forces a triage or a prioritization. I think the letter the governor sent out was not an unfortunate thing. I think that's a preview of what we're going to be facing more and more of in our future, particularly with the new administration in Washington. So I'm just not prepared to put $19 million on there, betting on the come later that we're going to get a prioritized list. I'd like to leave it as it is, and then we can look at it on the floor as to pick and choose which of those projects we want to delay, which we want to scrub, and what we want to move forward with, Mr. Chairman. That's just where I'm coming from. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Representative Larson. You're muted. You're muted, Lloyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize. I think as we look, and I think that there's some good questions being asked here about what reserve funds are and what various stages of that these projects are in. And I think those are all full questions, but we don't know that. And I think that's why the recommendation to consider that and to bring that information forward to where we can make a better estimate or determination of how we want to fund or if we want to fund these projects. But I also think that it's important that we meet our requirement to come out of this committee with a balanced budget. And we've got the funds available to do that. Put it in there, have it balanced. And if we elect to move those out because we find that there's funds available or that there's projects that aren't started, I think that's very legitimate. But I think that we need to come out of this with a complete document, and would lend support for that.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Co-Chairman, quick question for Don, and then a follow-up on that for after that. Don, when did you say, and I recollect a letter from the governor regarding delaying these projects. What was the date on that? Do you know?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it was around September of 2020.
And then follow up for Representative Walters, the SBC and the Building Commission has met since September 20th. You give the rationale as to why those revenues weren't flowing in. When did you discuss that at your last committee meeting? Do you have a recollection of when you guys met to discuss the declining revenues associated with that coal mine and why the revenues weren't flowing into that account?
Mr. Chairman, it wasn't the SBC, that's the State Building Commission that deals with state buildings. This is the school facilities.
Yeah.
The last meeting of the school facilities was this fall, forget the exact date. But at that point in time, the school facilities capital construction account was actually about $6.5–7 million above water, if you will. So the committee took no action and felt there was no need to take action because the account was in the positive. It was the January Craig that just came out in the 10th of January, 12th of January, that indicated there has been a change from the October Craig report showing a positive in the account to the January Craig showing a negative in the account. And the committee has not met in the intervening time since those two reports have been provided to the committee. As to the letter, the governor provided a letter to, it was mid-July-ish timeframe, and I can get it pulled out here eventually. But saying that in the event that those funds remained insufficient, that was his plan. He never took any action after that, presenting that letter, because the account became above water again. And so no action was needed by him on that part. So the projects have proceeded forward at that time. And so that would be the best answer I can give you, Senator Hicks, is the Select Committee has not met since the January Craig report showed that this was in the negative. As I said, the last time we met, the account was actually close to $7 million positive, so there was no need for concern at that time.
Representative Simpson.
And just to follow up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Hicks.
For clarification, the 6.7 million, that is in excess of the 19.6. I'm assuming that's when you're saying it was in the good. So that was 19.6, was 6 to 7 million over. So there was adequate funding for the 19.6, and then there was a surplus of 6 to 7. Is that what I'm trying to understand, if that's what you're saying, or was there just 6.7 in the account?
Mr. Chairman, this fall, 627, I can't remember the exact number. It was in the neighborhood of 6 million to 7 million, right in that approximate neighborhood of extra money in the account based on the projects approved last year versus the revenue projected based on Craig's revenue projection in October.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I just wanted a clarification on that.
And then in the January Craig expectation, there is 19.6 less expected revenue than projects approved when the budget was approved last year.
So Don, that's a total difference of 27 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. I think we, or I hinted at this throughout the December budget hearings, that estimate was looking to be considerably higher than what actual receipts were pulling in. I don't think it's, I think it's very, very close to what Representative Walters indicated, in that it's not just price and production, but it's geography of where these extraction is taking place. And that causes a fair bit of volatility.
So one of the things we looked at this week on the House side was and Tom, you could go ahead and for what you recall, we were trying to figure out how much the Riverton and Ten Sleep and Lincoln County projects cost. And we've got those numbers generally, but we don't know how far along the line they are in their processes. So Tom, why don't you just, and so our thought was yesterday, as we were reading informally, is we need to have that information. It may come back and the right number to cut is 10 million, where we can stop those projects if that's our choice. We just don't know what the numbers are. But go ahead, Tom.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I guess the auditorium that the governor referred to in his, let's see, August 28th letter was about 8.2 million. That's an auditorium in Riverton. In his August 28th letter, he refers to reducing 842,000 in operations and engineering and technical services. And then he also suggests reducing 2.5 million for the design portion of a school in Washakie County.
Mr. Co-Chair?
I think that was the
Please,
question you were asking. I was reading something else, trying to get information at the same time, Mr. Chairman, if I was incomplete in my answer.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I think at the end of the day, regardless of how we do on this, it really is going to be 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, because we're gonna get the information. We're gonna go back and review this stuff. I'm assuming that this information will mostly be generated by the School Facilities Commission. That's probably the source of this information that we can get, and so we'll take that action. And whether we do it as a JAC in a subsequent meeting or whether we do it individually as our respective chamber committees, that we'll do that. And so as regardless of what action today, there'll be further action on this as we go to the budget bill and talk about our bodies. So to me, it may be a little bit disconcerting to vote for this 19 million, but what I can tell you is I don't think it's going to be 19 million when we go to the budget. It's going to be some number less. My guess is going to be some number less, but we won't know that. And so so with respect to the Senate, the members of the Joint Appropriations Committee, they're members of the Senate that are also members of the Senate Appropriations Committee. We'll take a careful look at this, and whatever it is, whether this is approved or not approved, we're gonna take a look at this and make sure we get the right number in the budget when that budget comes to the floor. So I think it doesn't matter today if you vote for this or not. What I can tell you is the number is going to change, I think. So.
Yeah, and I would concur with that, Mr. Co-Chair. Representative Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, these are legitimate school buildings that need to be constructed. They've gone through the processes. The districts are counting on them. To me, it's a no-brainer. It's really important to me is that we balance the budget today. I think it'd be a shame not to take this opportunity to put this placeholder in place. I'm perfectly fine with evaluating these schools later on, but I think we should progress with the SIPA money.
Oh,
Senator Group.
Thank you,
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
Representative, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the comments of Representative Simpson, but those of us who've been here a long time, we've watched hundreds of millions, in fact, billions of dollars of school construction come through, and the fact that they're approved at one point, is just anymore. For those who've been here a long time, doesn't carry the day on that. But what I tell you is we will look at this and in some instances, those things that can be late another year or two, particularly in the financial sort of, those are things we'll look at. If there can be delays or other things done that can do that without affecting the any ongoing projects. But we'll be looking at that within the next 4 weeks before this comes back to the committee, comes back to the budget as a whole, and we'll take whatever actions we need to take to make the number right in light of all conditions that we take into consideration. I'll make that promise.
Well, in that regard, Don, is there anything that we can do as a committee to ask for specific information to be put forward by the so that we can have as much detailed information of where everything is at between now and in March?
Mr. Chairman, you can absolutely do that. In fact, if there is concern about moving forward, I believe Mr. Muldrow is waiting in the wings on the next bill on state capital construction. If you would like to have any immediate questions, he may have some knowledge about the timing of particular projects that I'm not privy to.
Senator Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, question for you. I just, we're, as far as where the account is right now, the draws that are happening on that account right now, if we take 30 days and go over this, and we might get some more information from Mel, but we're not going to be stopping any of these projects in the next 30 days by not taking an action today. Was that correct? Would that be a correct assumption?
Mr. Chairman, I can't anticipate what the governor might do. Would he send out another letter at some point? I don't know.
Well,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Co-Chairman.
Representative Walters first. I think he's been waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The agency is listening in, and I'm in contact with them as we're speaking, and they are already working on a list to be able to get to us showing what's the status is of each project and amounts expended and where potential savings could be reached. So we will have that information in the next few weeks, I would guess. As I said, they're paying attention. They know what's going on and where we are financially. So I think it's wise of us to pass this today so that the final budget bill we vote on later today is balanced and ready to go to the floor.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and you know, and I appreciate that. It's the fact that we take a vote on this today, this budget doesn't be, you know, what we do today doesn't have any effect on, you know, it's not a final budget. It's not a final action. This is just getting a draft bill to be numbered and then submitted to the floor. So you know, whether we take a number today, you know, what we do, that's not going to affect these projects going forward in the next 30 days, because this doesn't become law until it's until it passes both houses and signed by the governor. So, you know, it's the fact that you would have this money today doesn't give them approval to move ahead, nor the fact that you wouldn't prove it today is not going to stop anybody. It's not going to change anything until the final vote's taken and it becomes law in final form. That's the only comment I'd make, Mr. Co-Chair.
Senator Kinsky.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd rather not dwell on the merits of the various projects and which can be delayed. We'll get a memo. Let's just take a vote on this thing. I'm with my chairman. Let's take a vote. Whatever happens, happens. We're going to revisit the list.
Okay, I'm sensing that the question has been called on the motion. All those in favor of the motion, for the 19 million coming out of SIPA, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This looks like a 7-5 vote to me. All those opposed? That motion carries. Okay. Don?
Mr. Chairman, if there are no further motions on section 300 or 303.
Are there any other motions on 300 through 303? Don, do you have any ticklers or reminders for anybody?
I don't on any of these section 300s beyond the last motion. I did have a reminder.
Okay. Next.
Major maintenance, section 308, and concurrence with the biennial budget development, section 311.
Any amendments? Okay.
Section 314, there was considerable discussion. This is the OPSTA funding. So I'll take that one by itself.
Is there any motions? Okay, Don, please proceed.
Section 320 is economic development transfers at the Wyoming Works Program. Section 339, Casper State Office Building Task Force.
Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that we strike entirely section 339 from the budget.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Seconded by Senator Grew. Discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it's not that I'm opposed to what it says, but I think it's more appropriate in a capital construction bill rather than legislate a bill through a footnote in the budget. We've been advised by our own staff attorneys that it's probably not a good practice, and I think we ought to honor that. So that's just the rationale. It's a bill within the budget, and I don't think it belongs there.
Any further discussion? Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. We have a separate bill that also creates this task force. So if Senator Hicks's motion carries, does it do any harm?
Oh,
Mr. Co-Chair.
it only does harm if the other bill doesn't pass. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's you know, really at the end of the day, it's Mr. Co-Chair, it's our philosophy about, you know, are we going to try and continue to legislate in the budget, or are we trying to move away from those things? There, you know, it's you know, and just that's how the vote goes, and it's anyway. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Co-Chair.
You bet. And you know, and just from this co-chair's perspective, creating a task force and following up on a construction of a building, to me, is not legislating in the budget. I think that it's more of a yellow light versus a red light, as we used to discuss. And frankly, I think it's been a process we've used in the past that has been useful. And so I would just kind of take a different point of view than Senator Hicks. But further discussion. Senator Kinsky.
Mr. Chairman, I agree with Senator Hicks that we shouldn't be legislating in the budget. However, I do reserve the right to apply that principle inconsistently on a go-forward basis, depending on.
Sensing that being a motion to calling the question, all those in favor of Senator Hicks' motion to eliminate section, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That motion fails, 6-6. Any other motions? Don?
Mr. Chairman, the last section, the repealer section 399, you'll recall this eliminated the EGI appropriation of $21 million, eliminated the statewide position elimination in 329, and 330 repealed the $250,000 appropriation for the mass layoff relief.
Any motions?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So with respect to EGI, this footnote directed, I think, an 82% contribution by the state, and we outlined some things that we wanted to see happen with the employee health plan. By and large, those happened, except there was a discussion, and I'm hard-pressed to recall it completely or accurately, where the A&I said, well, gee, when we did this, we didn't mean to do such and such, and they somehow administratively, they acted in such a way that I thought frustrated some portion of the savings. Is there, can you refresh my recollection on what that whole discussion was? Does that ring any bells?
Mr. Chairman, it was my understanding that the copay that was envisioned by some members of the committee was substantially different than the manner in which the Department of Administration and Information implemented it. I believe they did technically implement a copay and that sort of thing, but did so in a manner that was caught some members by surprise, candidly, when the agency was testifying in October, I believe.
And do we, Mr. Chairman, do we have a dollar figure on what the difference was between it been done the way I think we intended and the way the department implemented it? Is it, if it's of not any great consequence, I don't want to keep plowing that ground. Do we have a dollar impact estimate?
Mr. Chairman, I do not.
Yeah, and Mr. Senator, I vaguely remember that discussion, but what we do know that there's $60 million in the kitty. Once it gets to 80 or 85, we're in violation of federal regulations, and it appears that we're heading in that direction if you take trending. And so either we'll have to do a freeze or some other type of action in the near future based upon the new collections. And Don, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that what we were told is that 2/3 of that increase are from the increases from going from 85 to 82%, all that kind of stuff, and only 1/3 is COVID dollars. And so as a result of that, we've got a pretty clear indication that this is going to be maybe overfunded in the near future versus underfunded. But I would like to have clarification, Don, if you could, to tell us what that was so that we're between now and we come into session, we know what we asked for and what they did, and just so we understand it.
And Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
I'd add to that, is there anything in the federal legislation, if it's true that our plan has better than ever experience because of COVID, because people aren't getting treated or diagnosed, then every other employer in the United States and every other insurance company is going to have the same issue of being overfunded. So surely there's some kind of allowance or leeway under the COVID legislation for that. And I guess I'd like to know what other options we have besides just a freeze, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. And my insurance company sent a rebate. So go ahead. Any other questions about this? Okay. And there's no motions. So Don, I think, are there any other motions on the budget bill? If not,
for the question, Mr. Chairman.
Calling for the question. I believe that calls for a roll call.
Mr. Chairman, The motion is on 21 LSO 0401, working draft 0.4 as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stiff.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Garreau.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Perkins.
I can read
Aye.
next. He said aye.
He voted 3 times.
I voted 3 times.
Chairman
I heard
Nicholas.
about that.
12 ayes. This will be a mirror House Bill Senate file.
Okay, the next item for our consideration is the Capcom bill. Is that correct, Don?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
So once again, we can walk through this bill. We've walked through it a few times, so that unless there's, Don, it shouldn't take us too long. And I think you can mainly walk through what the amendments were that are that we've got set up.
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy to, and we don't have any technical issues. You've seen this language before. It's very similar to bill draft that was prepared in July, also similar to language that was prepared in the 2020 session. I will ask Karen to, I believe that tone there was the State Construction Department joining if you do have any questions of them. The differences in this bill, the Joint Appropriations Committee is proposing $45 million less spending in SIPA, which is primarily higher education. You varied from the governor's recommendations on both community colleges as well as the University of Wyoming by funding all of their projects from their own resources, private funds, local resources, or institutional funds. You also disapproved $210,000 of special revenue for the territorial prison in state parks and cultural resources, and you increased the private funding by $94 million. Private funding is an acronym we use, which is inclusive of community college resources and University of Wyoming resources. The first 2 pages in section 1 are simply definitional. Section 2 is the meat of the bill. Page 4 has the table, and I'll run through this very quickly. On line 8, that stands for the State Building Commission Flex Fund. The governor requested $3 million in flex and $8 million in contingency, and the Joint Appropriations Committee combined those to total $11 million, all in flex funds, which is to be used for rising costs of approved projects. You modified line 10 by specifying that the National Guard maintenance shop will be constructed in Sheridan rather than Lovell. There was no change to the dollar amounts. Lines 11, 12, 13, and 14 are identical to the governor's recommendation, with the exception of you removed $210,000 for the Wyoming Territorial Prison. Lines 15 and 16 provides $899,000 of SIPA money for level 1 and level 2. There is no footnote on this provision, unlike 2020, which lets the executive decide the priority and amounts of those projects. Lines 17 through 21 are 4 community college projects. All of those include 100% local resources or PR funding. The governor had recommended approximately 20 to 25% of the total project cost to be funded by SIPA funds, specifically $3.8 million for Jackson, $5.1 million for Powell Student Center, $4.5 million for the RAC at LCCC, and $2 million for the Construction Technology Center in Sheridan. Finally, line 22 is consistent with the governor's recommendations. No funds, this is 100% state funded for Western Wyoming Community College mechanical repairs. Line 23 is identical to the governor's recommendation. However, you elected not to proceed with an $11 million or believe it's $11 million for Honor Farm recommendation by the governor. Lines 24 and 25 are JAC additions. You added $4 million to the state facilities construction. This relates to the Wyoming Life Resource Center and is specified in footnote 3. And finally, JAC added $775,000 in S13. S13 is the acronym for SIPA for the Chancery Court facility as part of the Casper State Office building. Footnote number 1 was also a JAC addition, and it continues a concern that the bodies had last year, specifying that of the amounts appropriated for state parks and cultural resources, $3 million shall be used to remedy concessionaire facilities in Hot Springs State Park. Footnote number 2, also a JAC addition, which provides that if the community colleges proceed with any of the projects listed here, those projects would be benefit from major maintenance. Footnote number 3 is a leftover from the methodology for funding state facilities out of a state facilities account. The legislature has to appropriate money to the account, which we have done so in the table. And then footnote number 3 allows those funds to be further appropriated specifically for the Wyoming Life Resource Center abatement activities. Finally, footnote number 4 specifies that the funds for the Chancery Court are intended to be used within the state office building. If there are no questions on page 4 and 5, top of page 6 is the University of Wyoming appropriation. In this case, you made 2 changes as the Joint Appropriations Committee. First, you changed the funding from $25 million of SIPA funds to $25 million of other funds, private resources or institutional resources of the university. Second, you substituted the UW College of Law, whereas the governor had recommended $25 million for the Corbett swimming pool or natatorium. Sections 3 and 4 on pages 6 and 7 provide for an acceptance of a gift. The first one is in Sheridan, Northwestern Community College District, and the second one is Central Wyoming Community College and for a facility in Jackson. The provisions of these do 2 things. Number 1, they authorize the transaction. Number 2, any facilities covered by this are now eligible for future major maintenance funds. Section 5 is a reappropriation from a 2018 appropriation, which was originally made for the McGee building on the campus of the Wyoming Life Resource Center, and the same amount of money, any unexpended unobligated funds from that appropriation are now eligible to be used on the Emerson building, which is another building on the same campus of the Wyoming Life Resource Center. Section 6 you've seen before, because this is the identical section that appeared in the end of the budget bill regarding the Casper State Office Building Advisory Task Force, with one specific difference, and that is highlighted on page 14, line 7, subsection H, provides that the task force shall terminate 60 days after substantial completion document for the project is signed by the project architect, contractor, owner. This might be a little bit more language than people were anticipating, but the drafters in this case were concerned that the simple use of the term substantial completion was not specific enough and could be an inappropriate delegation of powers between the 2 branches, executive and legislative. Mr. Chairman, the effective date appears on page 16.
Okay, do we have any motions? Mr. Co-Chair.
I move the bill.
We have a second. Second by Representative Walters. Further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the Motion is on 21 LSO 0400, formal draft 1.1. Representative Kidder.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stith.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Aye.
Senator Steinmetz.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Perkins.
Aye.
Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, you have 12 ayes. The bill is adopted. Would you like us to commence with a House bill or a Senate file?
Mr. Co-Chair, what's your preference?
Why don't you just go ahead and start in the House if you would?
We'd be happy to.
Okay.
Expect an amendment or two.
Yeah, we do.
Okay, next on our agenda, are we moving to the bills? Is that right, Don?
Mr. Chairman, we are. If it's the pleasure of the committee, we might want to break now and move to the webinar feature of Zoom. We have a number of individual agencies and members of the public who would like to testify, and that platform is much easier. Once you do that, you no longer can go into breakout sessions, however. That's the difference between the two platforms.
So my
Mr.
question
Chairman.
is, if we can't go into a breakout, are there other alternatives that we can do? We could set up a separate Zoom meeting if we chose to. All right,
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski, go ahead.
Well, no, I think we can break out by Teams, Microsoft Teams. I don't know what's easier for staff.
Yeah, so we'll cross those. I'm not sure that we're going to need to do that, or at least not for the first few bills. So, and then we'll have lunch to figure it out. Let's see how much we can knock off. So let's sign off on this and go back to the second Zoom meeting. Is that all right with everybody?
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.